Is it that hard to call me back after you say you call me back? Passive aggressive. No, I hate when you call me that. You don't get the message. Playing these games while you texting. Same thing you do with your exes. If I love you where you love me, you would question me, yeah. At times I hold it back and give you less of me, yeah. Do you love me? Do you me for real? Shawty, keep it real. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah, ooh yeah. It's saying I want you more, I want you more than you want me. I need you more, I need you more than you need me. I want you more, I want you more than you want me. It's saying I need you more, I need you more than you need me. Oh yeah.
Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away.
walk anywhere. Eyes them locked on me fresh sneakers straight to the snapback. Pretty girl them smell make alone get weak. Wanna give me loose chat. Any boy try to take my style right now, better bring it right back. Come me look good in anything from the latest fashion, no throwbacks from a thrift shop. You hear that? Because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Ha, because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, killing it. Killing it. Anywhere me go. Money on my mind, all I hear is ching, ching, ching. Some boy can't afford one chicken wing. Roll with top class, gal, no basic thing. Confidence in myself from the words we sing. Yo, become a style done properly, cause I must compliment the physical anatomy. When you see me on the street every day looking fresh, with I swear that the thing is a strategy. But it's just my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Ha, because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wingman will what want.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well won't break. Vamos!
틱틱 boom 문을 차고 있던 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 걷는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 되었고여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shade. 날 주세워 맛보게 fade. 끝이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 절대 can't change. 내겐 없어 plan B. 오직 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne. Broken and bruised. What's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my
everyone, and welcome to VCT EMEA Game Changers Stage 2. I'm Billy, and I'm going to be hosting all of the playoffs action that we have here in EMEA. I'm also joined by Affinity and Echo. Welcome to the show, guys. How are we doing today?
Oh, I'm doing wonderful, thanks. How are you?
Living the life. Happy to be back. What can I say? And for you, Echo, I mean, it's been a crazy group stage so far.
It was very busy, a lot of games going on there, and I mean, it was chaotic back and forth, but now we're here, playoffs, 6 teams left. I cannot wait to see what happens.
Let's actually have a quick look at the group standings, because there were some interesting things coming into this stage, I think it's fair to say. I think the highlight here, well, not the highlight, but the thing to note most importantly is probably KC not making it to playoffs, which now means that there's only going to be 3 spots available in the next stage when we consider that promotion and relegation tournament. Is this what you expected coming into this stage?
Absolutely not, to be honest. I said right at the beginning, I thought KC, this was going to be their meta, this was going to be their split, and I was wrong. Them not making it through obviously does change that promotion relegation, but most importantly, that opened up that other spot for Barca to come on into the playoffs, and that's a very exciting prospect for that team.
And for you, Affinity, was there any surprises in the group stage?
I think ATN I had quite high expectations for. We'd seen them, playing a lot in the off-season. I was really hoping to see them carry that momentum forward. I also think Giant X, I've been really pleasantly surprised with coming into this. They've just been looking incredibly strong, but I think everyone kind of echoes the sentiment that this has been the most competitive split so far, and we're really starting to see that come on through.
Speaking of it being competitive, let's have a quick look at the champs points as well, because let's not forget those teams will be competing to attend that global event at the very end of the year as well. Now, teams have already started to stack some of those up. I think Gentlemates being the most prominent, considering the win that they were able to have in stage 1 in their debut in Game Changers. But looking at this now, guys, do you think it puts G2 Gozen in a more difficult spot, considering they're starting off in the knockout stage today?
It's definitely something that could be a huge risk for them, because like you said, today knockouts, they could go out today and they'll only be at 65, with teams like Giant X, Twisted Minds potentially able to jump ahead of them. It puts that GCC contention in big risk for Gozen, but Gozen picked to go against Barca, so I think they're going to be relatively happy with that matchup anyway.
Yeah, I also think that they're a team that scales a lot as they go throughout the year. Another thing that we've seen them in the knockout round in previous stages across the years, and they always seem to bounce back. They're a team that you really can't count them out until the final nail is in that coffin. So I think it definitely adds a bit of a question mark, but I don't think by any means it's sort of the be-all and end-all just yet.
I'm glad you mentioned G2 picking Barca as well, considering that they finished 3rd place in the groups. That meant that they got that choice to pick up which opponent they went up against in the bracket. If we could have take a quick look at that, we can see which teams have actually been able to make it to playoffs this time around, and if there's any surprises there. I think that opening game, first of all, today is a rematch from what we saw in stage 1, Echo.
Yeah, this is a rematch. This is the exact same position as these two teams found themselves in stage 1, except for Twisted Minds came in as the upper seed instead of the lower seed in that matchup. But it's the same. It's deja vu. It's a replay. And I think that makes it all the more exciting. But the big surprise for me is the rise of SK Nebula. They struggled last split, and now this split they came back and looked almost unstoppable, taking that 2nd seed slot, and that is an incredible rise in strength for them.
And for you, Affinity, do you feel as though SK are the kind of surprises coming into this stage for being able to get that spot and get a bye in the bracket?
I think that the rise and the improvements we've seen from them and how strong they are, I don't think it's a surprise, but to see them take that 2nd place, that's where it sort of raised eyebrows. As we talk a lot about how, Gentlemates dominated split 1, how G2 is still kind of considered, the bar setters of the region. So to see somebody else completely different take that, I think kind of definitely raised eyebrows. But I'm excited, and we all kind of saw the writing on the wall that they were just getting better and better from strength to strength. So I think that the 2nd place is just testament to what we kind of saw building. It's just culminated in a higher peak than I think many of us could have imagined.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously we have to remind everyone today is an elimination day. We have some exciting matches coming up, but of course we do start off with that knockout round, which means if you lose today, unfortunately we have to say goodbye to you for this stage, and we'll see the teams back again in stage 3. But we also need to remind everyone of the patch that we're playing on too, because of course we're playing on a different patch in comparison to groups. In fact, we have Bind going out of the map pool and Ascent coming in. Do we think that's spicy?
Yeah, devastated. This is exciting. I think for a team like Giant X, this is actually the best possible situation they could be in as well. We'll talk about that a bit more later. But that bind map going out, it was pretty rough for them. Ascent, you feel like this could be a map where they are much steadier. It's a map, everyone knows this map, right? It's basic Valorant. It's easy to play, and it allows you to rely on your fundamentals, which is where Giant X shines.
Yeah, for sure. I think on that note, let's just dive right into Giant X. Why not, right? Let's have a look at the roster that they have this time around. And I'd love to get your insight, Affinity, on how their group stage went and how you think they look shaping up into this playoffs run.
I think that they're always a team that seems to get really underrated, even though they have really good results. I think that we keep seeing them improve and get better. Jade Moore at the helm has just been kind of spectacular here. But the whole team has been firing on all cylinders. Jade has had an amazing show of form recently as well. So everything's starting to fall into place for this lineup, I think.
And for you, Echo, is there any players on this roster that you think that we need to keep an eye out for in these playoffs?
Jada, absolutely, but to me, it's the Scottish IGL meta at the moment in GC EMEA. I know, Billy, you'll be happy with that as well, but like Jade Moore coming in, like her calls have been impeccable. If we look over to SK tomorrow as well, Fluxy, the very same. I think Scotland's just going to be winning GC regardless of what happens.
I gotta say, the Jade Moore Odin as well. The Jade Moore Odin is just unparalleled. I'm looking forward to that, quite honestly.
I think she's happy that she finally gets to pick up this weapon. And you know what, guys? I'm glad that we're harping on about the Scottish IGLs. Of course, that makes me personally very happy. But I actually got a chance to speak with Jade a little bit earlier on to see how she's feeling on this opening match of playoffs. Thank you so much for joining me, Jade, and congratulations on the top 3 finish in Stage 1 and for making it to playoffs as well. I'm sure you're already aware of the Giant X curse when it comes to top 3 finishes.
No, please elaborate.
Asuka has been in a top 3 finish for, I want to say 10 times in a row now. It's kind of crazy. Has he never reminded you guys of that?
Oh, you call that a curse? I think that's a blessing. Never failed to get top 3. Like that's pretty good, no?
Okay, but surely you'll be striving for a final at some point. I mean, you've been chasing a grand final since I think 2023 was the last one, right? So how does that feel?
I mean, the stat is actually I have never been to the finals since playing since 2021. So yeah, obviously this is the goal to push for. Go for the finals. Go for the championship. Go for whatever. Go for GCC. You know, and yeah, you know, always working harder to get closer and closer.
Oh, I feel like the curse has been the narrative for you guys. And I think maybe others might see it as that. But how do you feel as though you want to change that narrative coming into this stage, especially considering, I guess, you were one of the underdogs last year when we consider your time on SK?
Yeah, I mean, I think even still now everyone says that we're underdogs, you know, because yes, there's some results in group stages or whatever, but you know, the playoffs is always what matters. The playoffs is what you need to remember, and yeah, I mean, I think we're really prepared right now, and we have no reason not to just be confident and to go for it.
And you already played against Twisted in groups. That's who you're going up against today. They were also your opening game in Stage 1 playoffs. What did you learn from the loss in groups, and what can we expect to see from you guys today?
I mean, not too much to learn, honestly. We improved some sides on some maps and stuff. I mean, I don't think their game was special. I think the veto was just a little bit weird, you know, like we lost our pick of fracture, got dominated. Now this time the veto will be different and the result will be different, and that's it, you know. We can run the same result as Stage 1, losing groups, winning in playoffs, and that's fine.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your time, Jade. I look forward to seeing it on the server today. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Now, we obviously have to speak about the opponents they are up against today. We kind of hinted at it in the interview. They're up against Twisted Minds Orchid, and I think the most exciting storyline coming into this stage for them is that Ness is back to IGL, guys.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah. She's incredibly good. The team has reacted so well to her stepping into this IGL role as well. They look unstoppable on their attack side. Their defense as well is usually pretty good, and it all comes down to those mid-round calls and the rest of the team following her up and trusting her in those calls.
Yeah, I think it's also so prominent when you see the players talking about Ness, is that the respect that they have for her as an IGL is that the amount of times you see them say how smart of a player she is, how just in tune with the game she is. It's a leader that they can rally behind.
And someone else that we need to speak about as well is obviously Misu joining this roster and coming over from NA Game Changers. I had an opportunity to catch up with her very quickly before her match today. Lovely to meet you, Misu, and welcome to EMEA. I heard that you had never travelled outside of the US before boot camping with your team. So how are you finding the transition from NA Game Changers to EMEA?
Definitely a lot of new accents. It took me a bit to get used to with the team. It was quite funny, actually. I would keep going like, ha, the first week I was playing with them.
Did you know any of the players before you joined your team?
I knew of them from seeing them at champs and stuff, but I never knew any of them personally, no.
And what was your kind of first impressions once you had got to meet the girls?
Oh my gosh, they're so lovely and they're such funny people.
I love that. Was there any kind of games in groups that you feel like were super memorable for you, or any players in EMEA that you wanted to go up against that you finally got to play?
I became pretty close with Barry in my time here, so I was very excited to go up against Gentlemates, especially since they're the best team right now.
Do you think that Game Changers in EMEA is more competitive into NA? Have you seen any kind of differences from your own experience?
I definitely think it's more competitive, especially with the orgs. I feel like, the more orgs that come in, the more competitive the player base is gonna be.
For sure. And for fans in EMEA that might be watching you for the very first time, how would you describe yourself as a teammate?
I'm definitely the vibes person. I get pretty crazy. I know I'm quite tame right now, but that's because I'm keeping it in for the interview. But anyone that has watched me outside of tournaments, my stream and all of that, they know how I can be, and I would say I'm quite similar in that regard.
I love to hear that energy, and hopefully you get to bring it today as well, Misu. Best of luck in your opening game of playoffs, and it was lovely to speak with you.
Thank you. Bye. You too.
Misu was such a great character to speak to. I'm so happy that we've joined her here in EMEA, but alas, we need to start thinking about this match. And Echo, I want us to consider how it went last time in groups and how you think that could be important when it comes to the map veto today.
Yeah, both of these teams kind of rolled 13-5 their opposing team's map picks, and then it went to Haven, which is a 13-15 that Twisted Minds took away for that victory. To me, this veto today is all going to come down to, if we go back to Haven, which team has improved better, and do we see that fracture that Giant X picked and lost? Because don't forget, this is single elimination, this is all or nothing. That fracture would be a big risk for Giant X to play into.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunity for both of these teams to play with the veto. It genuinely just depends on how comfortable they are with being adventurous here, but we'll have to see.
And what do you think are the main kind of win conditions for Twisted going up against Giant X? Because of course, Twisted lost in that playoffs opening game when we think back to stage 1, and this time they want to obviously right those wrongs by being able to progress this time.
Well, I think this Breeze is a great place to start. We saw Twisted Minds 13-4 Breeze, I think it was, against Gentlemates.
Yes,
Giant X have not played this map this stage at all. Yeah, this map here is the biggest win con that they could ask for. Obviously, Giant X picking into Lotus, they beat Twisted Minds on this map 13-5 last time around, and then it will come back down to this decisive Haven. So I want to see Twisted Minds come out running on Breeze and then Lotus, see if they've switched things up, really, if they're able to put Lean into a better position than what she was last time.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this Breeze. I called it, we were chatting pre-show, it's I think there's a real chance for them to punish with this veto incredibly hard. And you mentioned maybe the fracture would be a really good place for Giant X to take it, but alas, that's not what we're seeing. But here we go into the Agent Select, and I mean, we're already seeing the Harbors back out. This is not a first for the side of Twisted Minds Orchids, but Giant X, this is our first look at it.
Yeah, this is a first look. We're seeing the Jet and the Neon come out for Giant X. This is going to really allow Adora and Anva, especially on the attack side, to be working together, dashing in at the same time to pop off and try and blow past the utility of Misu, of Graham's, that are slowing them down. The big thing for Twisted Minds is Misu is on this chamber, Lean is on the Jet. And to me, I think this is a really, really interesting point where actually Lean's operator is incredible. And the fact that she probably won't be leaning into this on the defense because Misu is on the chamber is a bit of a surprise here for me. I want to see what they can really do with this because they did play it before and they played it well. But I do prefer Lean's op to Misu's.
I mean, there's not out of the realms of possibility that we see it maybe pass between hands a little bit here, keeping it fluid and dynamic. So we're not gonna write it off completely at the start. I think you're right. It would be a shame if we didn't get to see Lean on it a little bit. Giant X, I mean, Jade War on the Sova, no surprises there. I'm expecting the Odin back out in full force. I don't think it's defined by a map. Oh yeah, this is Jade War on about. You don't think so?
I could see her trying it maybe once or twice, especially on the defense anchoring over towards B. But on A, the Odin gets very, very little value that I don't think she's going to want to do it, especially for the retakes. But on the attack side, I don't think we'll see it at all. What this is going to come down to for both of these teams is how they're utilizing the harbor. Realistically, it's a mirror in that aspect of the compositions. Using this harbor to its best potential, the timings of when you're using the high tides are going to be crucial. And we can already see Twisted Minds are setting up for what looks like an aggressive take towards mid and elbow, which is exactly where Giant X are going.
And here we go, round one of the playoffs. Barriers dropping momentarily. It looks like it's going to be a little bit of a firefight. What can Misu provide to stop this opening flood?
Oh, wait, they're pushing down mid and Giant X exploring, poking and prodding. They can hear this chamber trip over towards B. Viper wall down, they're going to exec here.
Fast on in. Misu spots so many but can do nothing about it. Anva's already on site. Backside, mind you. And there's two to kick us on off. The scan reveals so many, but Lean doesn't want to show a hand. Oh no, not just yet. And now Adora reload comes on in, holding, waiting for somebody to be daring enough to push the wall, but no one will. And on the other side, and it's just a battle of patience here. Sarah's position could be huge, but she's going to get pincered. Anita swings on out, finds the first, and there's Graham's directly face first into Adora. Last little fight here. Lean's going to see what she can find, but it's only one. A Giant X almost flawless to kick us off.
Yeah, Anva dropping at the end, and that was the only thing stopping it from being that flawless, but that was a beautiful execution. They were so aware of utilizing Adora's Neon Wall to get them towards site. Viper Wall comes up afterwards so they can then disperse across the site, flood it, stop anyone from being comfortable. We see Misu immediately overwhelmed. Then they use their high tide to replace the Viper Wall. Expect to see that time and time again on their executes, regardless of the site. And they stabilized. They were very comfortable in those late round moments. And now they've got their typical Giant X buy. They love to do this. 2 rifles, a Marshall, and then keep through the pistols from the previous round. But Twisted Minds. Oh, Grimes, you're close to death there.
On the shock dart going in to try and finish off the job. Won't quite get the job done. However, Anva on the other side of things has found the opening pick and so much space. But here comes the execute drone over the top. Just missed the timing there on Grimes, I think. Shock dart goes on in. That should be the end. No, not quite. She's looking death in the eyes and walking away to tell the story.
But she's 5 HP. There's not much more she can do. And as Anva explores over towards A, I'm assuming, yeah, we're going to see a couple of kills over towards B. And she's going to call the team to come to A. But Sarah's here.
Corner, quick with the no-scope. Yeah, never mind indeed. And look, Jada going back for seconds there. Finish off what they started on B, even when A looks like the final destination. And Misu just slowly creeping on behind, hoping to find something, anything really.
I mean, she's got a pretty good timing here. Jada picking up the orb, going to get the spike plant as well, building towards that harbor ultimate. Good power, especially as we look towards round 4 in the future. Misu's headhunter, couple of bullets, 3 to find. Adora sees her and then backs off, and now Giant X, the fundamentals in play. Look at them, all grouped up together.
I don't think you walk away from this alive. Misu holding the line, gets the first, gets a tag on the second, but Jadewar will descend. And that is the conversion round secured for Giant X.
I'm over them.
They only needed to keep 3 people alive, realistically 2, but they kept 4. That's all of their guns moving forward. And you can see, thanks to that economy buy that they played in round 2, they had full rifles online for this. They played it nice and slow, waiting for Twisted Minds to make a mistake. They capitalized, And now here we are, pretty even across the board in weaponry. Utility as well. No up online for Misu, not able to save up for that for a couple of rounds at this rate as Giant X look to explore towards B. Misu's here again. They heard the trip being put down, so they know she's probably going towards mid, and Giant X want to meet her there. No?
Yes. Oh, that drone, so much information. You can immediately see Misu peels on back. Sarah's good for the first. Now spotted on out. Misu's able to get away alive, but Sarah, doing her due diligence, stops anybody even getting remotely close.
Yeah, brilliant work to anchor down the site. The snakebite to separate the duelists from the rest of the pack. They were taken apart piece by piece, and now Giant X left alone. Not sure what they're going to be looking to do. Explore. See if maybe you can find an ult orb, build up towards that harbor ult. Jada's only 2 away, so an ult orb and a death here, maybe a kill, gets her that. As they could be going back to B. Ooh.
She didn't go for that ult orb outside B main. They tapped her. I think maybe a little bit worried about getting sprayed down, but...
I mean, Grams was playing inside of the cove previously. You don't want to be kind of risking her jumping out of that, right?
Touche. Now, heading on in. They're looking to try crunch this A site. Lean first on up. First player slide on out from the other hand side. Lean's going to get both. And that puts Jademar in such an uncomfortable situation. Now just looking to slowly walk away. That spike irretrievable in the middle of mid. And now Jademar just looking to hang on to this weapon into the next.
Yeah, not much you can really hope for. She might try and go for something. Any damage to Twisted Minds is actually pretty good because their money's not looking so hot and they're not super close to any ultimates either. But instead, the Scottish IGL just going to be saving this. Making a little bit of noise. I think Twisted Minds knows she's here, but they also don't want to overexplore. It's Jademar. She can mow you down if you accidentally walk into her line. But Sarah was the big deal for this round for Twisted Minds. Yeah, Lean got that nice little 2k, but Sarah's opened it up, separating out those duelists, shutting them out immediately. Giant X looked like they had nowhere to go, nothing to do after they lost both of their entry units. And I think that's what we're going to see from Sarah time and time again. It's what she's always been good at.
And it's going to be asked of her once more as over towards B we head early. Looking to gather that ult orb. Let's go over the top. Sarah spraying away through the smokes. Got them on edge. Goes over. Snakebite. It's out a little bit late. Stun goes out as well, and that's going to give them backside. Adora's already there and swing. Spots the Tracers. No, somebody's behind the wall, but doesn't want to take the fight just yet. Fall back, play the wall. High tide goes up. We talked about it, replacing the wall once again. Drone over the top. Ness trying to spot anything. There's one player, Jademar spotted out. Drone broken, no further information. Anita's holding the line, but Lean swings out and it's a criminal kill. Now, Reckoning comes on through. Adora with one instantly traded out. Anva's found one of her own here as well. Lean needs to push on forward. Smoke goes out to cover the left-hand side. Gives her sight, but as it fades, gets swung by 2. It's 1 for 1, but that's just not enough for Misu to work with. Jada finds the last, and Giant X back to their winning ways.
Winning it out the only way they know how with their fundamentals. Playing that little bit of a crossfire. I must say that despite Twisted Minds losing this round, they are snappy with it. Lean's shot there must have been gorgeous. And Ness, again, just peeking out at the right time. This is the Twisted Minds aim-wise that we need to see. If they don't want to be eliminated in this position once again. But they're going to need to bring it forward, not just with the aim, but they're going to need to make sure that they're in the right positions at the right time. Their flank there was nice, but now A is completely empty except for Graham's, and the Harbor's not really an anchor agent. As soon as she sees that Giant X are wanting to push her, she's going to want to back out of there.
Sorry, Harbor's not an anchor agent. That might be the most ironic statement of all time, but here we go. Grams is going to need to dig deep to hold on to this site. Just tucking on into the corner there. Nobody giving her the fight that she's itching for. Might be a good thing, however. There's the first. Isolates it. Spots 2 plays. Transfer almost hit. Anva is so lucky to be alive. Stun goes on through to allow her to keep pushing on forward. Spike has gone down, but she's bought her team the opportunity to rotate on over. Anva's position's absolutely perfect. Drone over the top. It's going to find the tag there. Now Miso on this other side, wall goes down, Anva's looking the wrong way there, pushing on forward. Now the tide's turned once again. 3 versus 2, Jademar around the corner spots the first. There's the double swing, however. Anita, snake bite for the plant just to try and deny them. And it gets the kill as well, mind you. Low health, but the time is desperately low. Miso goes fighting for this. The swing out and Anita, the 4K. And there it is, the Moto clutch.
The Red Bull clutch comes on through and Giant X win it out. A 1 versus 3 there. Crazy round. I mean, I said that Harbor was not a anchor agent, but when you got Graham's on it, when she's hitting those shots, dancing around the pyramids like that, she found a gap in the Viper wall and exploited it perfectly. But Anita's spray down and then backing off to make sure Miso had no time. Even if she managed to get that kill, she couldn't have defused, and now Twisted Minds down to an eco. They've got the knives online for Lean, expect her to go aggressive towards mid. Anva's already watching it. Oh, she's out immediately.
Beautiful first pick there. J-War going for the orb. Now 1 away here, and Anva's still got this mid on lockdown.
It's all coming up to these ultimates. Giant X have 2 online, 2 more on the fence as well. Twisted Minds building up towards their own shore. Graham's is the Marshal, the best weapon for the Orchids right now. As I think we're going to see a B exec, see that Marshal and Graham's being tested once again.
Ooh, there's the spot. Fast Lanes gets them onto site there, and you can see immediately the reaction. They haven't cleared out Graham's, but is eventually able to be taken down there. Missed shots. The wall goes up, and that's just going to deny them any chance at stopping the spike going on down. Dora needs to reposition here, given the opportunity to do so. Jada now the one holding the line.
Twisted Minds Orchids, they're just going to back off. They don't want to give any more ult orbs over. Jada's previous Harbor ult was huge for that round, and they don't want to give her another chance to get it online.
Waiting, there's the wall down. Suddenly the time to pounce, but they've run out of seconds. The timer's ticking. Jademar finds the first, and now it's just holding for exits. And they've got a lovely crossfire here. Anva's got to make a decision. Might walk face first into it. Ooh, spots the first, swings around the corner, swings wide, switches to the side on. Gonna find Ness as well, and the dash allows her to get out alive, and it's flawless.
It should not have been. Anva had no right surviving that, pushing into the crossfire. How on earth does she get away with that? Opening it up there and closing it out at the end too. Graham's just missing with that Marshal. Relatively close, but now a flawless for Giant X as they are styling, and I would not be surprised if we get that Twisted Minds timeout coming on through. They need the chance to talk because they're facing a Giant X with a bank of economy behind them. Ultimates across the board as well. The only one they don't have is that Harbor ult. Whereas for Twisted Minds, that's the only one they do have. They've not built up towards their first cycle except for Leans that we saw get no value in the previous round. And this is really where Giant X can start to snowball this, take away, again, their opponent's map pick.
And we said this kind of felt like the win con coming in, didn't it? The Breeze was a punishing pick, or at least it was supposed to be. And with a start like this, and Giant X, when they get a start like this, the map usually follows a particularly similar trend, ending pretty swiftly. They seem to be a sort of very running hot and cold team.
I think that's part of it, is when you're running hot, like a team like Giant X obviously is right now, you're not just running hot in your mechanics. Yes, okay, Anva takes the duel and she will win that. That's what it looks like right now. But the fundamentals for a team like Giant X are also impeccable. We've been talking about this the entirety of the group stage. If they are playing together, playing off of each other, they will win. This is why Sarah's anchoring on B is so important. Split apart the team and you can take them apart piece by piece. That's why it matters. But now, Adora pushing towards mid, not allowing her to get taken apart by this Viper utility.
Now the fight in mid. Wall goes up, allows them safe passage on in. Overdrives pop. Anita's here holding the back lines. Finds the first. Knows that it's probably not over yet. Miso swings on out. It's a nice pick. There's still a player in window to deal with, however. But that is spike dropped. Forces Jademar's hand. If she loses the fight here, that's a different situation. But she doesn't. Spike gets recovered. 3 versus 3.
Twisted Minds made the right call as well. Giant X heading towards A, but they're too late. They're delayed, and Twisted Minds Orchids are already on the A site. Surely Giant X don't imagine this is going to be happening already. Do they just run onto site, or do they have the discipline that we know Giant X for?
I'll find out. They're a little bit careful with the corner, but Lean's position could be everything. Oh, given away by the early fire. Adora, Jadewar both find their marks, and that leaves Grahams alone, unable to do anything. Now has the chance to isolate a couple of these fights here. Adora first up was spotted. Little bit of a spray through the box. Now the two of them playing together. Ooh, careful not to be caught with the smoke out there. Tucks into the corner, clears it on out, but knows that this is a dire situation. Wall goes up. Isolates two from the other, but there's the swing out. Anva nicely found. And Giant X continue on, almost flawless.
Just continuing the tirade that they have been starting this map with. Anita with the bomb here was a little bit risky. She goes down, and that spike is out in the open. Jadewar luckily converting, taking away that kill. And here, as they exec over towards A, no utility really to speak of as well with those members alive, but they're there together, working off of each other. And now Tour de Force online for Misu, otherwise Twisted Minds. They've got 2 rifles, and that's pretty much all. But a lot of other ults to work with. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Sarah's ult used towards B.
Especially with that Tour de Force popped and spotting absolutely nothing out A main. Drone's going to go over the top. A little bit of a scout on out there. It's going to spot Lean. It's not going to spot Sarah on the other hand side, but they'll be wary of it. No, they're not. Sarah gets one. It does get traded. 2 for 1. Nesto keeping the numbers even. And the Hunter's Fury, well, it's illuminating more than just the enemies. Ness tagged, spotted. They know that she's behind the site. They still have to deal with her. And the longer that she puts up a fight, the more time her team has to rotate on over. But they're not.
Misu's already on the flank. She's already towards elbow. Giant X can't expect this.
Around the corner, Ness waiting. Falling back, actually, tucking into the arches. Grams is here maybe a little bit quicker than they'll be expecting, and that spike's still not gone down.
Giant X are trying to play with the time, play with the idea that they could be rotating elsewhere, but it's not working. Grimes has cleared everything. Left. She's already watching flank. Anita, though, holding it.
Ooh, it's not quite the kill, but again, it's making it uncomfortable. Viper's pick comes on out there, but immediately Ness pops the Hunter's Fury. Jada goes down. And now 15 seconds, they're running out of time. Jademar's got to swing there, spots the first. Doesn't quite manage to deal with Misu, but at least can warn Anita of the impending doom.
Another clutch required to win Giant X this round.
Comes on out, Anita holding the close angle. There's the swing for the first, and you know where Misu was. And it's causing so many issues. That Tour de Force can't really work there. There's the swing on out, but Misu's got a handle on it. And all of the time in the world for the defuse. And actually, she's going to let that Tour de Force ring. She's going to get rid of those bullets, celebrate a little bit, and as she should.
A brilliant round from Misu to confirm Twisted Minds the second on the board. It took a lot of work, and I mean, Sarah's heroics with only a stinger to get that first onto Amber was absolutely crucial. Ness's ultimate, though. Jada was so low from all of that initial damage.
One enemy.
But it all came down to this. Anita already won clutch on the board, but Misu's nice little turn as she comes out of the Viper's pit, takes down that Viper, and now Giant X, for the first time in a couple of rounds, exploring towards A in the early, as they have no ultimates really to speak of.
Viper's pit invested over towards B incredibly early on here, but buys them that little bit of assurance. Jademar clearing on out, looking to execute fast once again. Dipping in and out of the wall, Adora goes down, TP out of there. Misu lives to continue, putting up a fight.
Anva's already backside. This is a great position to be in so early.
And down now, just spraying through the walls, looking to hold on to this back quadrant. Anita finds Misu. Ness is just about going to get round the corner. Is going to spot one. Graham's looking to enclose and snare them. Anita swings out, buying them that breathing room, that little bubble and pocket of air. But Graham's pops it, snaps it right away. Reckoning comes on out, and that might be just what they need. Shock dart going over. Sarah's just looking to stick it, however. 2 dots going in. Jada swings and annihilates. And Giant X continue their reign of terror.
This is Twisted Minds' map pick. That was a buy up for them. Their economy is now back down to absolutely nothing. This is feeling like Giant X are just going to be running away with this momentum. When they win the pistol rounds, they just continue on winning.
It feels like they're giving Twisted Minds Orchids that little glimmer of hope just to snatch it away each and every time.
And in a best of 3 that's so important in single elimination, losing that hope can be so detrimental to your mental. But now, look how aggressive Lean is. She's already an elbow, Giant X. Are you ready for the aggression of this Jet? They're holding it.
Away. They are. And now we've got to just see. But it feels like Giant X, they know something's not right. It feels off. Actually going to back away. Look to head in towards mid, but look where mid is swarmed already.
A lot of control for Twisted Minds. This is a great start to the mid round for them. Allows them to then rotate off the back of it to wherever they think is necessary. But Jademo's going to clear this. Oh, the Sova Ness already spotted.
There's the swing on out, the slide, but Ness finds it with the classic. There is a trade there from Anva to stop things getting too scary. But look at this from Grahams. The stun is perfect. Round the corner, the right click finds one. It's a dink as well. Done enough. Jademar tagged down. They know where she is and they're going to start enclosing upon her. And it's absolutely beautiful. And a Modo thrifty for Twisted Minds to regain some control of this narrative.
How on earth did they win that? They had classics, 1 Guardian and some Sheriffs. They had no right. But they came in and they dominated the middle of that map. Their crossfire was perfection, and Adora, a couple of missed shots, really spells the end of that round for Giant X. And Grams puts away the Guardian and still gets another kill. I don't know how that happens in any world, but now, as we look towards the ultimates, they've now got that Harbor ult for Grahams. It's back online. It's a brilliant retake tool for them. But now she's anchoring B. She's going to have to dance around that pillar if she wants to use that in the post plan.
Once again, fast execute onto B, and this time no Sarah to help them. It's just Grahams and Grahams alone, but she's getting it done. Stun goes on out, the jump on up is going to get punished. Musu's found Anva in the meantime as well, and all hope is starting to fade. That spike is dropped uncomfortably backside. It is a mission to get it back. Graham swings out and gets the 4th, and it's flawless. Twisted Minds Orchids. It looked like it was slipping for a second, but it is not done yet.
They are coming back in with so much strength, so much
Sarah's
power.
just looking to stick it, however.
Confident in the middle of that site, dancing around this pillar, using her own utility.
That works.
To such great power. And now, Giant X, they've got a buy, but it's a little bit weak. Bulldogs, they've got to rely on the knives of Anva, and they don't really have any other ultimates to speak of. They might be able to if Adora can pop off, but she's going to have to take down Sarah, and you know how good Sarah is at separating Giant X from the rest of their team. Adora almost always the first one out, and often the first to die.
Adora heading on in, heading the other way though. Still got a Sarah-shaped problem now. She has been lit up. And Anva, the knives through the smoke, it's beautiful. Ooh, messy fight hit from Ness, and she swung. It's like a Hydra when one head disappears, 3 more pop on out. But here we go, Jada Lean, they trade kills here. Reckoning comes on through, and here we go. Wall comes on up to block them on off, to buy Lean the room to push in further back. Snakebite cuts up, dices up this territory. Adora Graham still fighting this one on out. For control, Anita tucked on in. Ooh, Messi, she does a lot of damage, and Jada there to confirm, swing and finalize the kill, and that's gonna end our half, 8-4.
Switching sides.
Welcome back, you wonderful people, and we find ourselves on the precipice of an incredibly important pistol round here. Momentum, something that Giant X uses almost as a clutch, as a crutch coming off of. So this pistol round has a lot of weight to continue this lead.
They always do this by if they win this pistol on round 2, where they have good guns for round 2 and round 3. They didn't manage to win round 3 on the first half, but you could still see the importance of that buy for them. Now, as they switch onto the defense, they've got to try and find this pistol. They're going to go aggressive. They were watching for this before. It's going to be a bloodbath.
Round the corner, 1-for-1, but Jada, always the one to step up. A double kill to double their chances, and now a 2-player advantage as well. And look at this, the wall goes up, it makes it so awkward. Jademar farming those ult points. And the fall back, Twisted Minds Orchids, the plan's gone out the window.
This high tide is just disrespect as well. It's saying, now you've got to back off, and now as they swing back into it, Jada actually puts up another smoke. Misu goes in, but she's got the headhunter. Anva's one-tap to it.
Dot goes on. Out trade 1-for-1 here. Misu, though, shut down by the ever-diligent Jada. And there we go. We talked about the pistol round momentum. They've kicked us off. Now, question we got to ask, though, about Anva. Incredible on that attacking side. We head on to defense now, though.
Yeah. Does she go for the operator? Essentially what a chamber would do. Hold down sights, use the outlaw, use the op, use the scopes. Or does she go aggressive? In rounds where she doesn't have the scopes online, does she go aggressive like she did here? She managed to get 2 kills off the back of this round. So you can see the aggression does work, but you do need some kind of scope on this map a lot of the time. She's immediately taken back down Elba the same way, but Twisted Minds heading towards A, Adora this one way, sets her up nicely. The Twisted Minds will probably wait till it goes down.
Isn't alone, though. Has Jada here ready for the flood?
And this duo together, Jada and Adora, are so good at their fundamentals, but actually Adora's down and Jada wasn't there to trade.
Ooh, stun doesn't go deep enough. Jada's just got to get out of dodge there. Doesn't want to be caught solo. Misu tapping away, hoping to find a lucky shot, asserting their presence and dominance. Wall goes up. Jada, though, decides fall back, reload, wait for the rest of the team. This presence in mid, though, Sarah could cause a whole world of problems. Anita might actually just slip the net, however. Timing's gone. Anva finds the first in the retake. Jada's got a beautiful shot there from the Sheriff, and now we just wait. Nest tucked on in, gonna get swung here by Anita. Sarah does find the trade, finally pushing on in, but can't help but feel too little too late. Graham skirting around the edge of the snake bite, looking to try stop the defuse, but Anva, the bodyguard, holds on, and Giant X find double digits.
What a game from Anva so far. A 4K. Yes, it's farming against ecos with an outlaw, sure, but that aim and the confidence to go swinging towards the back of sight there shows that she is here and ready to fight. Giant X, you heard Jademar talking about it in the interview. 3rd place, sure, whatever. We're going to another finals. It's been 3 years since Jademar was in one. She's ready to keep pushing her team forward on to the next. But Twisted Minds, they don't want to go out here. They felt what it was like in the previous split. And they've left Spike out in the open over towards B, as Giant X doing the same round they've done in the pistol, exploring towards elbow.
Drone goes on out to help clear for a main nest, though. Beautiful shots ring out, and the plan, it's all well and good, but can be stopped by 2 solitary bullets.
It's one of those things that if the team is expecting it, it just will not work, and Twisted Minds have the right read, but now Giant X have regrouped towards mid. Oh, they see a lot of people.
They do. Jada good for the trade there. Allows Misu to tuck on in, but they're already pretty happy with this. Sarah mows down Jade. We're already on site, just holding the space for her team to come funneling on in. And Jada is going to need to be a masterclass, but we'd expect nothing less from her spots. 2 players, but no. Twisted Minds Orchids, they're not letting a single mistake go unpunished.
Giant X didn't really expect to win that round, so they're not too upset with that, I would imagine. But they still tried the same round they had previous. They know that it can work if they hit their shots, but Ness was there to shut that down. I love that Sarah was pushing up aggressively outside of A when that mid-fight was happening. It allowed her to catch that timing. Watch for Sarah on these lurks. Maybe she's not got the most kills, but her impact in this game cannot be understated. And now, as we go into the next round, Giant X, a clash in A main.
Goes on through, is gonna stop Twisted Mind's Orchid's doing anything, and the Jade War Odin, it was prophesized, and it's still there and ready, but 2 kills come in return, and honestly, some would argue karmic retribution for putting an Odin out on Breeze. But we still have it. Yeah, but look at this on the other side of the map. A lot of noise on A, but slow, steady, methodical on towards B. That spike can get planted with absolutely no qualms or concerns.
They've not got the smoke, so this operator Cananva could potentially find a pick, as the Harbor did go down.
Spike planted.
We're looking to punish potentially on the reposition, but there's going to be Sarah that swings out. It's cold! And now Jadewar, it's a lot of bullets that you got in the chamber, but with 3 players still waiting for you, it is unacceptable. It is unstoppable. And Twisted Mind's Orchids, it just seems like they're coming alive.
They've managed to switch it up on this attack side, winning out these duels against a team that is so well known for their fundamentals. Working together, and you can see spamming the right smokes, knowing exactly where Jade was going to be standing with that Odin. That's the downside of a gun like that.
Well, it's not exactly subtle, is it?
It's definitely not subtle. Subtle is not a word I would use to describe the Odin. But now, Giant X down to a Thrifty. Knives on for Anva. She goes aggressive with the dart. Looking, but finds absolutely naught. So Twisted Minds, what do? You know that their mid has been taken. Where do you go as a team? I think they go back towards A. I like this. Is a great read.
You, potentially. Heading in towards mid and just passing each other. Koi circling in the pond. And slowly over towards A. It looks like they're shimmying.
Nessa's eye gelling has been spot on. She's got the read on Jade Noir almost every step of the way since they switch over to the attack side. But Giant X, they're quick on this flank. The Chamber Trip should alert them if they choose to go fully on the flank. And yeah, Jado and Adora and Anva, they're going to take the smokes. The Jet smokes could potentially block off that trip. Surprise on the flank.
We'll have to see in a second. Oh, are they investing? Oh, they're investing the Cove into it.
I love that.
Completely unaware. They've heard nothing. They suspect nothing. Round the corner, Misa's in for a nasty surprise. All the knives hit her head. Reckoning comes on out, looking to push on in. Unfortunately, though, Lean and Sarah hold on. Ness wants a piece of the pie, and they will descend, clinging onto this. And beautifully done. And we can see the micro plays. Giant X, they're trying to make it happen, but it's not happening this time.
Yeah, Giant X pulling out as many things as they can, using the Cove to secure that flank unexpected. But I don't know if I like the investment of the hard roll here. It's a risky round to do it on. You don't really have a good fight. You can't play the long-range fights that ult really wants you to play. And you can see Lean was spamming through it anyway. But now Giant X, they have the op back online over towards A. Jada out in the open towards doors, and that's where Twisted Minds are heading.
All this util thrown in towards doors, but they're not actually allowed to get there. The dart comes on in from Jadewar, and that's going to pause them for a second. Jada waiting on the other side. It's had a heads up that there's a lot of noise being made, and there's a crossfire. Adora's there and closer than they expect. Stun is absolutely immaculate, and now they can fall back knowing they've done their job. Ops in position. Misu has taken down Jadewar, but the wall comes back on up, and they've just had to turn back, head elsewhere, and now they're walking on over. Anita's got to be ready.
But that was Giant X's only ultimate. The Hunter's Fury now off the board, out of the toolkit. Can't be using that here. Misu's aggression is as well potentially really good. Look how far up she is, Anita. You can't be ready for both. Anva's watching it. Oh, she put the gun away.
Missed shot, and it's just catastrophic. Now on to B they go, and Anita's not too far away. We've already got Adora making the long journey round. They've got to be patient, and if we see Misu fighting for a little bit of space, looking for that numbers advantage, Jada, there's the swing on out, and has bought the space to allow the rotate in from Adora. Goes out, and now there it is. Ness swings for one. That brings us back to a 2 versus 2 here. Just waiting, can hear all of the footsteps. Sarah, the crunch down here finds one. They spotted Adora, they hear the tap on the spike as well. Swing on out, there's the first, but has no idea where Ness is. Dancing around the pillar, dancing around each other. The balletic performance here from Twisted Minds Orchids as they put another round on the board. And that gap that we were talking about, that momentum we were seeing from Giant X, where is it now?
It's disappeared. Giant X, they might be able to get the first kill there, but they even stabilize. It goes into a numbers advantage situation, but a team that is usually so good at playing those advantages, just fighting one by one, falling apart. Adora almost clutched it out, but I'm not surprised we see this timeout for Giant X. It's about time for them to get on the call with Asuka, talk about what they can do, both in this Thrifty and moving on further into the next. And I mean, Adora has been a big part of it in previous matches. Maybe not so much in this, as you know, her job here is basically just to hard entry. But against Lean, in their previous matchup, I think this was, they were both unstoppable. This wasn't their previous matchup, this was just in overall in stage 2. Look how good both of them are, right at the top of the board almost every step of the way.
Yeah, Lean was number 1 in almost every category you can think of in stage 1. We're looking at, you know, first kills per round. We're looking at ACS. Almost any metric you can imagine to measure a player's individual input by, she was leading the charge.
Right here. And that's the big thing. When you've got Lean so comfortable for Twisted Minds, she will just lead the charge. She will entry, she will get the picks, and she will be alive in the post to win it out for them. But now, Twisted Minds, they're up against an eco. They probably know Giant X have lower weapons, but at any moment, Adora could pop that overdrive and go aggressive into you. So Misu's holding for it in mid.
Kind of feels like a little bit of overkill to have the tour de force on a round like this, but this would be the chance for them to potentially close up the map.
It definitely builds up the economy for Twisted Minds. That's the big thing. Using it here has so much money now for Twisted Minds, you know, for the next 3 or 4, even if they lose. And as they decide to go towards A, what's Jade Mora's call? Is she expecting this? Because she's backing off.
She is, but Jada up close, and it's about to get personal. Smoke goes out. It's going to buy a little bit of time, or at least a little bit of hesitation. Misu waiting to swing out. Smokes come on through. Full execute, Hunter's Fury, and there's the overdrive in response there. Adora's desperately trying to clear out sight. Jademar's got one. Backside Lean falls, and now Adora's just trying to clear out any of these pesky corners here. Covering fire from the overdrive, not seen every day. It's a little bit of a messy fight. Sarah hops on out with the shorty. It's the only weapon she had bullets in. But Giant X Namoda thrifty to get themselves back in the driver's seat to finally be able to break this crazy 4-round streak.
How is that how they break it as well? 4-round streaks are so difficult to get through. But they manage it with 2 ultimates. That Hunter's Fury and the overdrive from Adora perfectly timed. Taking down a kill apiece, and the rest cleaned up with those sheriffs. And now Giant X, this is where the map starts to teeter towards their direction. The op on Anva over towards B. This is exactly where Twisted Minds are. Oh, and she gets it.
Immaculate. Knives come on out, and there we go. Lean, bang, bang, bang. 3 go out. Anva goes down. Lean fighting for her life on site here. Smokes galore. Sarah, though, manages to put up 2. That completely changes what we're expecting to see now. Jade Moore, drone goes over. It's going to spot out Lean. Shock Dart to try clear out some of these players on site here. But it's a very one-dimensional retake they have. And with Anita going down, that's a cold kill. Sarah, unstoppable. Immediately, yeah, you got one. Yeah, we let a Thrifty get through the gaps. But no, this is still our game, and we're still going to make it competitive.
Sarah against her old organization, taking revenge for what feels like some kind of past wrongs of how she's performing today. Anva might open it up, but this is the Lean that we expect. Aggression, dashing in. And Sarah, that steady hand. She can anchor on B, but she can execute on it just as well. It feels like that's her playground. She probably plays there most of the time. And now as Twisted Minds head back towards the B site, Anita, only a classic in hand.
Yes, drone goes down, stealthy, gonna spot out the corner there. Oh, recon bolt, it's not gonna get broken immediately. It's a lot of information to work with, but Grahams has found the opening pick here.
I mean, Twisted Minds are just going to be set up so safely, so easily behind this high tide. The wall's going to go back up as well. They invest the ult.
I'm a little curious to see, but the ult's gonna block the whole line here and gives Misu that safety net. Lean hold him from afar as well. Looking to swing on out there. Anva gets one, but it is red. Bleeding into the kill feed. Adora the double kill. Misu gets one of Graham's there just to get this round over the line. Now both teams double digits. One round between them, and we're getting to the end game now.
The end game is in sight. Giant X with just enough money to buy up for this, but the next it's going to be looking rough for them. They need to win this, else Twisted Mind's going to even it up and potentially get towards map point. Remember back to round 2 of this half, and it looked like Twisted Minds were out of it, but all of a sudden they come back with 6 rounds, and they are now here fighting to play, fighting to win their map pick. Anita's ult over towards B shuts down this for the exec for Twisted, but they don't really mind. They don't really care. They're heading towards A. It's only Adora over here. The op from Anva, nowhere near play. And Giant X, they like exploring middle. Are they going to go aggressive, or is Misu going to try and find a timing here onto Jada?
I'm gonna look, clearing on through Ness. Calling the attention away, the drone in main. Now Misu needs to pounce. Clear in the corner, finds Jada, and suddenly Adora is trapped. Taken down there without finding any value of her own. Jadewar gets one, but it's long range and it's a fight elsewhere. Spike goes down.
And immediately the chamber goes down, so Jadewar's on the flank trying to find the timing onto Twisted Minds, but they're already watching for it. They won't fall foul to it this time.
Not this time. They're looking confident, sitting pretty. Ness waiting. There's the swing from Jadewar. Punished with absolute ruthlessness. And for around the corner, spots the leg of Lean, but that's not enough to do anything with. Graham's just occasionally ducking on out for information, but they are so set here. And you can see Giant X just looking to keep hold of what weapons they can. Economy in the bin. One out, missed shot. It's unfortunate. It would have been a nice consolation prize there. Just something to put on the wounds, just to try comfort them. But alas, 11-11 is where we find ourselves, Echo.
And Giant X are going to be making a wish that they can win out this. The money's, like we said, not good. And yet the second timeout, only a couple of rounds apart, because it is falling apart, this map for Giant X. You can see why they picked that first half to go on. They looked so much stronger on the attack side, and the defense has not been bad, but their retakes have really been lacking. They seem to be stuck between a decision of, do we go aggressive, do we fight into the XX as they're happening, which we see from Giant X on a map like Fracture, right? But here you typically want to be going for the set XX. This map is too big, even with a Neon, to dash across the map to go for a flood. You've got to wait till the spike's down and go as a team, but they're in disadvantages most of the time, if they even get there, because Twisted Minds are honestly taking them apart one by one anyway.
And it's one of those really difficult things, because we talked about coming into this, the defense side Jet, and Anfa has been putting her own, she's been putting up the numbers, but the issue has been, it's always coming at a moment where the kills aren't impactful. It's too little, too late.
It is. Or at least it very well could be. Giant X wanting to show that they can bring it back. After 7 rounds in this half going the way of Twisted Minds. 9 for them to win it.
Don't ease up.
And Giant X are wanting to do whatever they can to stop it. As Twisted Minds have done a very big switch up in terms of how they're playing this. Some fake aggression towards mid. A lot of noise. And Giant X are already defending it, worried about it.
Misu gets out of dodge just about there. That gives Giant X the mid control they've been vying for time and time again. But look at that, they're not overcommitting to it. The peel back already.
They know that they've got to get to B. They've got to stop them execing. Anita's in a position she cannot escape from.
Oh, Lean Gozen gets one, and that's going to be a problem because now you've got a thorn in your side. And they still haven't managed to work it out. There we go. Adora finally takes down Lean. That's a little bit of comfort. So much damage onto Misu here as well. And Adora still going. Drops on down. They know where Misu is now. All eyes turn to her. Jade War tapping away will find it. And finally, Giant X have found map point.
It's been a long time coming for them, but they managed to get it on the board. And actually managed to flood in before the spike could even get to site. And now we're seeing a back-to-back timeout now. Twisted Minds themselves wanting to see if they can find what it takes to take us to overtime, or else potentially losing out on their map pick. I love the switch up in play from Giant X. I'm not sure I like the harbor roll over towards mid. That felt like a little bit of overkill. And Twisted Minds kind of baited it out. They themselves sent some harbor utility that opened the doors with Miso on the chamber to try and bait things out towards mid. But it allowed Giant X that quicker rotation path to come back in and stop the exec from happening before Twisted Minds were in a position to even start execing.
The fact that this has already gone all rounds of regulation. I mean, we sung about it, didn't we? That the last time these teams played, it went to the third map and it went to double overtime. That it feels almost poetic that this is how map 1's starting. But I think, you know, we've talked a little bit about Giant X. This defense side hasn't seemed great. Considering we haven't seen them play this in an official at all this stage. And we didn't see much of it coming out in the Cash Cubs either. I'm very happy by what I've seen already for what is at first look in officials, really.
It is good, and the fact that they've been able to take this so close is great for them, but they want to close that out before overtime because they don't look as practiced as they do on other maps. But now, Giant X, can you win out your opposing team's map pick? An immediate set play, the Hunter Fury finds nothing.
And now one final bolt to go sending on over, and it's not going to find the value. Anita does swing out here and gets the first.
What was Lean doing there? She was just out by herself in the middle of nowhere in Narnia. And now, as we see Twisted Minds execing towards B, 3 members of Giant X are here anchoring the site. Wait, no, they go down!
The collateral, and there's the tour de force popped as well, just for good measure. Jade War frantically getting back onto site here. Jada holding on, clinging on to the back alleys here, but that tour de force is holding a deep line. Spike's gone down. Jade around the corner is going to have to find something mighty. Anva unscopes the wrong time, luckily able to find the pick anyway. Through the smoke, trying to buy the room for Jada to push up further. Misu's looking the wrong way. One bullet to the head. Oh, she's got to be careful. And there it is, the trigger discipline pays off. Anva finds hers as well. And Giant X, the spaceport to allow Jada to be her most miraculous self. And Giant X take map number 1.
I cannot believe that Giant X brought that back. They were in such a numbers deficit because Misu sprayed down Adora and Anita. But all of a sudden, Giant X and Jada just brought it back. Anva there as well, supporting to make sure that it got over the line. Giant X, this feels like a retelling of their previous matchup, winning out on their opponent's map pick. Incredible work from them.
Absolute scenes. But I mean, let's take a look at some of the highlights. And there's so many of them that we could sing the praises of this. That these are both teams that have a deep set playbook, right? But also the individual brilliance is just off the charts.
I think that's what it's going to really come down to with both of these teams, is that individual brilliance, because both seem to have really good fundamentals. Twisted Minds have been working on them the entirety of the group stage. They looked a little bit rough in the first couple of weeks, but they've really brought it up towards the end. And it comes down to the trading. How well can you work together? And Giant X winning it out. I mean, the pistol rounds, we knew if they won out those pistols, that would give them such an advantage in the regular rounds of this map. And it certainly did. They take this away, 13-11. It was a close one, very, very close. But they're going to be so happy to take that first map because now they've only got to win one more.
Only one more, and it's their map pick. We talked about this, we've sung about this. Lotus, a map that they've been looking so good on. This was our win condition, and whilst it gets a little bit tumultuous in the middle there, from the start we had a feeling that this was going to look good. And when Twisted Minds Orchids, they play the risk, they gamble going into a map that we haven't really seen there from Giant X, and unfortunately the gamble does not pay off.
It does, and now as we look towards Lotus, this was the map that Twisted Minds picked in their previous matchup and then lost 13-5. Giant X now picked it because they're feeling confident, and I would as well if I was them, because they look so good on it in that previous matchup. We'll talk more about it as we come back from the break, I'm sure, but this map veto now is looking so strong for Giant X. It's going to be a mountain to climb for Twisted Minds to try and come back and take us to Haven, let alone win it.
I'll be honest, I really want to see Haven. I'm rooting for the I don't want to say reverse sweep. I just want this to go to Haven so we can get that overtime battle till the ends again. And by no means a Twisted Mind slackers on this map. So where there's a will, there's a way. But I think it's definitely a worry that we have coming into this. I'm just hoping that Twisted Minds can wipe the slate clean. They had such a great opportunity. They stopped the momentum. And this is something that many teams have struggled to do against Giant X, is to stop that momentum when it builds up. They did it, and that gives them something to at least take heed in. But we do have a little bit of a break coming up first, so we're gonna go get ready. Lotus, is it gonna be easy breezy, or is this gonna be a battle to the bitter end? We'll see very soon. Come back after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get that quick.
Okay, I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Look here, I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama tell them miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly just based on my history. Been on a take them flights at different side of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us?
From one luscious map to another, Breeze to Lotus. I don't think we could think of a smoother transition. And Lotus, I think, is something that we're quite interested in, especially with looking at Ness's IGLing being so strong on that previous map. Now we've got an extra site to deal with, how it's going to hold up. Might be having a couple tech issues. Are we back? Oh, there we go.
Maybe we're back.
The excitement got overwhelming for a second.
Oh, there we go.
We were talking about how exciting Lotus is going to be.
Yeah, and Lotus is very exciting. As I'm sure everyone could lip read what I was saying there. Giant X typically play super slow rounds, right? They're looking to try and insert somebody on an aggressive line, then back off and push somewhere else. This is typically good, but with Ness on fire with her calls, with her reads of Jade Noir's IGLing, this could be a big risk for Giant X as they start on the attack side. And if they're playing those slow rounds, that gives Twisted Minds and Ness the chance to really find the perfect timing, as they often did on their own defense.
I also think it's quite exciting because we're going on to a map where we have VODs for people to look at for Giant X, right? We have that chance to bring in that experience from playing them on this map. Whereas, you know, on Breeze, it was all hypotheticals, and it was amazing reads into what they were doing in the moment, going in, not knowing what the game plan was going to be. But now, Ness has a chance to call with the knowledge of history to fuel her.
And when you know what kind of lurks are coming, when you know who's going to be on that aggressive insert, when the team backs off and tries to re-explore towards one of the opposing extremities, you can really try and take advantage of it. That's what I'm going to be looking for Twisted Minds to do. And when they have Lean on this chamber, if she is anchored towards a site, hears a lot of noise originally and then it goes quiet, she's often alone and re-exploring that space. But as chamber, especially on a map like Lotus, where you've got a lot of brilliant TP lines, it really enables you to explore and TP out of there if you feel like you're going to get overwhelmed.
Yeah, and something else I think is quite interesting potentially to look at here is we talked a lot about it, you and I, about how both of these teams have amazingly deep set play sort of book to draw from. So it's going to come down to a lot of the individuals here. And that's something that, you know, it always comes down to how the individuals perform on the day. But when you've got teams that are so evenly matched on fundamentals, on the set plays, it does then rely on the individuals. And then we start to ask questions, you know, that Lean versus Adora matchup again.
And honestly, that makes me quite excited, I think, because, you know, we're not going to be getting the kind of set play aggression that we might see on a map like Fracture, which was obviously banned out. We don't get all of those breach stuns, Taeho missiles, and all of that kind of fun things. Instead, what we get here is coordinated aggression, but now we've seen a switch up, and so this is something we have seen from Twisted Minds. They switched over onto this in the second part of group stage, away from the chamber for Lean. I was imagining they'd go back to that chamber because I thought it looked really solid, but instead they're sticking with this new Vice composition that they went with. Specifically, this feels like it is targeting Adora. This is basically tailor-made to shut down a composition that doesn't have raise nades and to separate out Adora on the Neon from the rest of the team to then allow Misu, Grahams, Sarah, somebody to take down that aggression of the Neon and then wait for everybody else to follow up after the wall, after the vines go down.
I think it's a good play. I've been enjoying seeing the Rise of Vice, you know? I think, you know, we've been seeing Mimi play it a lot as well, sort of the pioneer of it feels almost. But I've been loving seeing Vice get a little bit of love, a little bit of action in the game as well. And I think you're right. I think shutting down Adora is going to be one of the big keys to success here. I think it's one of those things that they're a team of all players that can pop off, but Adora's just slightly given that elevated platform in the fragging department.
Yeah, well, I mean, when she's on the Neon, she just looks so solid. She's one of those people that when she has the confidence, she will continue with that momentum and just swing on in. But the same could be said for somebody like Lean. And, you know, the Raze, it's a lot more of an agent that you need the backup of your team, right? If she's on, you know, the Chamber or the Jet, she's able to play off her own utility just that little bit more. Now on the Raze, she's going to be relying on people like Ness, people like Grahams to set her up. And this is going to put the teamwork of Twisted Minds to the ultimate test with honestly the most important stakes, because they need to win this out if they want to stay in playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. This is now do or die between these two teams. And we actually saw them play Twisted Minds Orchids. Giant X played Twisted Minds Orchids on this map. It was a 13-5. So it's something to get over the hurdle of mentally, is that the past does weigh down upon you. You had a pretty dire loss to them. Can you right the wrongs? And as we said, we've seen a little bit of composition change since then, as you said, to counter. We'll see how effective it is, because there isn't a second chance. It has to shine, and it has to shine now.
And now Twisted Minds, this is their signature on the pistol round. Go aggressive, try and take some kind of space, force them towards the Sentinel setup, and immediately Jaden are forced back with the Seasonade. And Giant X, you've got to move quick.
I mean, Twisted Minds Orchids are hot on their heels here, running them over towards A. Question is, can Misu hold out for long enough for this flank to be worth anything?
These vines, these are going to be so good to slow down Giant X as they look to exec.
Holds them at bay in tree there. Misu, a couple of taps off there. Denver's starting to take a little bit of deeper control here. There's the swing on out from Adora backside. Teleport on up there. Graham's almost caught in animation. Now Anva hugging the corner, not even going to get cleared. Messy shots, but it's okay. Won't get punished for it. And now just Sarah left. She's found Adora, so they know where she is, but they're peeking into a 1-by-1. Around the corner.
They've got to make sure they stick together, work off of each other. The fundamentals of Giant X, you've got to use it here in the pistol, and they're fighting themselves again, 1-by-1.
And like dominoes, they topple, dragging the next player down with them. And what was a 4 versus 2 comes down to a 2 versus 2. Time still very much on Giant X's side here. There's the swing on out, and they line up a collateral for Anita. And Giant X, another pistol, another collat, and they are looking stellar.
This feels like the start of the end for a round for a team like Twisted Minds. You needed to win this pistol. You saw what happened on Breeze, and it felt like they might have had the chance to really come back into it, but they just couldn't. They couldn't convert that 4 versus 2 because they just lined up for Anita to shut them down. And now Giant X, they've got that pistol. I imagine we'll see a buy up from them as we saw on Breeze. Although that's an error. I'm assuming Jade is not keeping that Ares. I'm hoping she's not going to keep it that Ares.
I saw it change to a Bucky there, but I think she might just be playing with us. I do
think that's
appreciate.
Worse.
I mean, I like. We saw the Odin over on Breeze, so I don't put anything past that. I think that is one of the reasons is that Game Changers has such amazing personalities. Is Jade was just kind of iconic. So to be honest, if we saw an Ares second round, would I be the most surprised I've ever been in my life? Probably not. Genuinely, probably not.
Yeah, I'm just going to let that sit for a bit. That's what Jade Noir is. We expect her to be buying up that Ares on round 2, especially in a map like Lotus.
I think that I don't think we'll actually see it, but I think crazier things have happened and will continue to happen, even in this matchup. Now, I'm quite excited to see, you know, and it was a very small point, but once we've got a little tech issue, the sides that they've chosen to start with. You were talking to me a little bit about why we maybe saw the choice to start on that defense side.
Yeah, so obviously when they played this last time around, it was different composition for Twisted Minds, yes, but I think we can still use it as a little bit of precedence. Giant X, when they moved on to defense, it was a flawless defensive half. It started with that pistol round and it snowballed. Twisted Minds do not want to let that happen. Yes, okay, statistically, their attack side is stronger, as both of these teams are statistically overall. But those flashbacks, those memories of their previous matchup, if I was Twisted Minds, I'd be too scared to let Giants start on the defense as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'd already be getting a little bit nervy about the fact that they've won the pistol. We've sung the importance of pistols for Giant X time and time again. They're a team that thrives, and you look at their matches, so many of them, you see them win the pistol and then just dominate the half. They set themselves up so nicely. So I'm worried now. You know, I'm a map down going on to their map pick, and they've won the pistol. But as you said, composition change. I'm really hoping we get to see it. It got very heavily pressured there, but you saw how long it stalled out Adora for.
Yeah, and if you can stall out Adora like that, it allows the rest of the team to both rotate over, push through flank if that's what you're going for, which Twisted Minds did a lot on that old chamber comp. On the newer comp, they do it slightly less, just because you don't want to be exploring completely alone. You want to really take advantage of the fact that you have the Vice and use that stall. So you don't want to push through just as much. You want to go for the floods. But the key thing for me as we're looking towards the future rounds is utilizing the fact that at the very least we do have a Killjoy, and I think Killjoy is a very interesting pick. It's not something we see an awful lot of across Game Changers at the moment or in the meta overall. Her win rate right now is the worst it's been in quite a long time, specifically on this patch, 12.8. It's a very low win rate, but Giant X, they love the Killjoy maps. They are their best maps in this map pool, and if you can use these Killjoy mollies to take out the Vice finds, I don't know if they've got the lineups for that, but if you can try and find lineups, if you can try and take down the vines before they can pop, that can then allow the explode later in the round to be even more deadly.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It looks like we are heading back in here. Oh, we've got a little fun fact here. During the last matchup, Adora was involved in exactly 50% of all first engagement and won 50% of those as well. That's terrifying. That's haunting.
25% of the rounds in their previous matchup, Adora got the first pick. That's just scary.
And if you look at how low her first death percent is as well, it's she is the boogeyman. And now
she is, but she doesn't haunt and lurk and wait in the cupboards. She is there rushing you down.
Some people prey on other people's downfall. Some of them are actively participating in it, you know. She's there, she's ready. But now, slow over towards A there. The door's better out a lot of noise there. And for two back-to-back, still going for more no-scopes. Ness finally puts an end to the shenanigans. Misu's got one as well, which keeps the numbers somewhat even. But unfortunately, it's a long rotate for Ness. Lean's not on site either, so Giant X a chance to start establishing themselves early.
And they need to, because they need to keep all three of these guns through. Yeah, the first one, good, solid. Ness has this Marshall. It's not a one-tap against anyone unless it's on the head, so it comes down to Ness's mechanics for the remainder of this round.
We just gotta hope that we don't see more one-by-one fights isolated here. Ness around the corner. Not gonna spot anything because they're all tucked on in. What do you call it when it's a three-person high-low? Is it a high, medium, low?
A high, medium, low? I always call it a totem pole anyway, but there's a chance for a Colette here if she's good.
Ooh, nope, they've dispersed a little bit. They're not going to give the chance for Twisted Minds Orchid to get away with any funny business. Ness around the side now just with the classic. Just going to be tapped away, covering fire. Giant X have it on lockdown.
That is exactly what they needed. And for opening it up with those Marshall picks as well. These two at the start of the round, the no-scope there onto Sarah, allows her to build up towards that lockdown. Again, we don't see the Killjoy an awful lot on this map anymore, but that lockdown is still incredibly potent on the attack side, clearing out a site or stopping the retake from coming on in. But now, we've got the buy up. As I've said many times, Giant X have their really nice buy, so they can have full rifles, pretty good shields as they look to go towards B. There's Vice Vines there to try and slow them down, but it's only one set of Vines, so they can exec afterwards relatively easy.
Actually, they might try and execute beforehand. Adora straight on through. Blinded, but she's pushing up the corner. It's only a near side. Taking down the Prowler. They're throwing so much util in to try and deal with her. 1 HP, she's going to get both, and she's still alive, mind you. Smoke there to cover the two of them. How did she get away with that? I don't know, but it's daylight robbery. And she's got the chance to get even more there. Around the corner, low health. The footsteps have been heard, but there's a crossfire established. Very worried that it might not be, but it's a one-dimensional approach there. Anita, the spray down from both. Crunch down on what little resistance Twisted Minds Orchids have to offer. And Giant X, there we go. The bonus tucked under their belt as well.
Anita is 7-0. 3 rounds in, and she's 7-0. The Viper's pit online. Probably don't want to use it against the lower buy of Twisted Minds as they lost that round. The gunners are not good. I do not know how Adora got both of those kills. She was 1 HP, spraying down that line, and somehow she won it out. And then we see in the post plant, typical Giant X, disciplined, working together. Now Seasonade over towards A. No, just faking the TP. Oh, wait.
Ooh, they just on up, but both parties gonna live to walk away, tell the tale. Cautionary tale at that. Now Adora heading on over towards C. Slowly but surely, Prowler's going out. Clear over. It's going to spot something. They hear the guns ring out. Anva's found the first, albeit on the other side of the map. Actually, that might just be the call to rotate. They're happy.
Yeah, typical Giant X kind of round here. Go and prod and poke. Allow one of your lurkers, whether it's Anva or Anita, to get a couple of picks. Usually with a scope, and if it is, it's usually Anva. The big thing to watch out for here is Lean's shotgun. The only gun brought into this round outside of pistols. And Giant X, they're going into it.
I'm out of here. Adora around the corner. Lean's got a shotgun. They can hear it slide on out. Adora's cold. And finds one of her own. Spike goes down, and look at that. I mean, Misu's near enough by. Maybe you can go for an exit, but I think Sarah wants no part of this.
And I love that minuscule thing there for Giant X. Not planning the spike with Jade, just making sure that Anva can do that herself, get the lockdown online. 2 ults now for Giant X. This is how you snowball this first 3-round victory that they get an awful lot of the time into 5, 6, 7, 8. That's what we're going to be looking at. Sarah does have her own. And, you know, Twisted Minds are relatively close to the Nightfall, which can be used to counter Anita's own Viper's Pit. But this is really where Giant X can start that snowball, the momentum. Adora going exploring.
There's the first. Sarah tucking on in, hoping for the best here. But Adora wants to fight, and she's going to be given it. She'll get both, and she gets out alive as well.
A flawless for Giant X. Really stamping in their name into this map, into this series.
Into this
and Adora,
stage, I'd argue.
Yeah, you know, this has been not a great stage for them, right? Realistically, it's been good, but nowhere near as good as I think some people would have expected. A lot of people view this team as an underdog team. To me, this is a top 2 team in the region, and 3rd place is good. Oh, sorry, 4th place is good, but I would have expected 3rd, maybe 2nd. Anyway, now as we go into this one, Twisted Minds have a bye. Sarah's ultimate on C. Now Giant X, they're going to push into it. They've got the lockdown. This can be used to clear out this Viper's Pit.
It'll be efficient and it'll be swift. Gotta make sure they get there safely, though. Look at this, though. Hot on their heels. They've already got the flank coming on.
Yeah, they're going to be going aggressive and quick. They love to do this as soon as they realize Giant X haven't inserted. A Giant X aware, they don't have a flank watch.
Somebody's got to go back and have a look. Somebody's got to hold the line, and it looks like Anita is being delegated the task. Silent lean around the corner, shoulder spotted. There's the first, but it's never just one. Lockdown comes on out, and they still got to be oh so wary here. Adora tucked into the corner. Anita now just has to deal with the flank. Spots the Omen. Graham's going to be noted. Lockdown gets destroyed, but it's already done its job of clearing out the site forward.
Yeah, site is now Giant X's. They can get the spike down nice and happy. Only 1 ult invested. And Twisted Minds, this is going to be a difficult one to go back into. You might even think about saving.
Maybe. Their worry is that they don't know where Ness is. Ness never got spotted, but now both have been seen. Oh, the teleport gets caught! And now just Ness, and you know that she's there, tapping away. Jade wants to get it through the smoke. And they are hunting this down. You're not getting out alive. And look at this. Jada just... Oh... I was going to say Jada just style on the base, but Dora up in their faces. Human flashbang. And actually decides, no, I'm not going to bait for the rest of the team to get the kill. It's mine.
Look, sometimes as a Neon player, you just get tired of dying first, of not getting the kills. So yeah, style on them, get that kill yourself. And now, as we look towards Twisted Minds in this timeout, Lean is such a key player for me. She's 0 and 5 right now. She's not been able to find the leg up in this map. But overall, in this stage, she is so consistent, so good at being that star player. 0.9 kills round, it doesn't sound like a lot, but that is an awfully big deal for a duelist as well, who is often dying first. She gets so many 2Ks, 3Ks to bring her team back in. But now she's gone missing, and Twisted Minds, they need to find her again.
this is what we said as well, was that this is a team that very evenly matched in the battle of wits, in the battle of just the fundamentals of this game. So it is going to come down to the individuals. And unfortunately, if Lean isn't firing on all cylinders, that's going to be the difference maker. That's going to be where Giant X can dig the knife in a little deeper. We should appreciate the music for a sec, though. Just the vibey little... It goes so well with the map.
Yeah. It is a great vibe. We do have another tech pause coming through. Sorry, everyone. So let's take a minute to not talk about the music, because you don't get to see us dancing at home. That would be, you know, sorry, be too exciting for this channel.
Exactly.
But we do have Twisted Minds down to another eco. Giant X expecting to get up to 6. And don't forget, the defense was flawless the last time they played this map. This is now looking like map 3 is not on the horizon. It is gone over and fell off the edge of the earth, because obviously we live on a flat earth.
It's not over till it's over. You know that I will never allow anybody that I'm casting with to ever say that it's over before. It's never over yet. And also, maybe that's just copium. Maybe I really want to see that Haven again. Maybe that's something I'm planning on to. But also, we saw it was a good start for Giant X over on map 1. And where did we end up? End of regulation. And let's not kid ourselves, we all thought it was going overtime for a second. Like, that, it was just the miraculous, you know, the lineup there. So, I mean, it's not a good look for the start. I'm not going to be around the bush. 0-5 start isn't great, but we've already seen that this is a team that can take the momentum away from Giant X. So I'm going to cling onto this copium for as long as I'll be allowed to.
So my concern with the copium is that Giant X have already managed to get through one of Twisted Minds' ults, right? The Viper's Pit gone. That's quite a nice ult for the eco round thrifty win as well, if you want to go that route. That's not online. Steel Garden only evens up the map and Lean's nowhere near close enough to a showstopper because she's not found any kills yet so far. This thrifty, if it goes the way of Twisted Minds, would be one of the best thrifties we've seen this stage quite easily, because they don't have a lot of tools to really work with. And then looking at, can they win round 7? Can they stop Giant X from getting up to 7 before they get their first online? Because otherwise we're really snowballing towards a, you know, 10-2, 11-1 kind of half.
I hate when you're right. I don't know if I've ever told you this. You're right a lot of the time.
You tell me this all of the time.
I do. But I think it's a difficult one because, again, with this stop and start as well, can sometimes, I think Giant X, maybe this breaks up the momentum a little bit because we see them very sort of flat out, is maybe that this time to take a second to cool down might hinder them. I'm trying to find the silver linings here to root for Twisted Minds, because I just don't want this to be over yet, because I think this was teed up to be one of the most exciting games. And as you said, I think Giant X, we saw them take some insane victories during the group stage. It was one of those that I felt that they won against teams that I thought were going to be the harder matches, and they won, honestly, in style. Let's not kid ourselves. But it was the matches that I thought should have been like the slightly easier end of the scale, where they were teetering a little bit. So I think you're right, mate. We were expecting them to push a little bit harder, but I have fallen prey to underestimating GX on many occasions. But also Twisted Minds Orchids, I think, was a team that you were like really adamant was going to do well this stage at the start, weren't you? I think that was one of the teams that you were like, I've got my eye on.
I think there was definitely the potential, especially as soon as we realized Misu was coming over from North America from 100 Thieves GC. That definitely brought a lot of excitement, and Graham's coming off of the longer ping that she was on in stage 1 as well really allowed her to shine. Her stats have shot up quite significantly this stage, and I think that's partly because, you know, Twisted Minds, they are now closer to each other. They don't have that long ping, so it makes it a lot easier to work together. But Ness is gelling, you know, in addition to Graham's on low ping, Misu now coming in and kind of revitalizing that roster. We saw the energy that she had in the interview with Billy earlier. That kind of energy, somebody to be that excitable, right? It can switch up a team's dynamics and make it feel fresh, even though some of these players have been working together for years at this point. It makes it feel new.
I think you make a great point as well about the fact that they're all sort of boot camping as well, is that was one of the, and you'll see them talk about it, is it's one of the things that was most difficult last stage for them, was that there was this disparity in ping, is that Grahams couldn't be as on the ball as we were hoping for, and that we knew that she could be, because for a lot of the time that she was on a ludicrous amount of ping. I will say though that this is the most, I might be wrong here, somebody can fact check me, I think this might be the most international Game Changers team that there is, if you look at where the players are from. I don't even think it's close. I don't even think it's remotely close.
So I guess the one thing that might be stopping that is I think Misu's registered country is Korea and not America. So it does lose some of the distance.
It loses one sort of third of the map, yeah.
Yeah, but like, you know, if you include Misu as an import from NA, which is where she was previously, this is, you know, they've got players from 3 continents, 4 continents, and that is incredible. But now, as we come back in, during the group stage, both of these teams went flawless on their defense. For Giant X, that was this map. If they can continue this aggression, this run of points for them here, as we switch over to the defense, it's looking even easier for them. Twisted Minds find nothing towards B.
They risked it all to gamble stack B, and unfortunately, not even remotely close, but near enough by. Anita's getting in position, ready to hold off that snakebite, doing a lot of work. Paranoia goes on in. Everything in the kitchen sink being thrown in to stop them pushing through the cubby. Anita's got 2, Anva's found 1. The hop on out, and the round, blink and you miss it. It's already done.
It's another flawless for Giant X. This is, what, their 2nd or 3rd already this map alone. Lean still not got a single kill on the board, but Twisted Minds finally, they have the guns, and they have a couple of ultimates to use here as well. As they can't contend in these direct gunfights, these team fights where Giant X are able to work together, they're going to have to rely on this utility. Maybe some kind of set play with the Nightfall and the Omen TP from Grahams could be kind of cool to see, but the Season 8 to open it up, try and slow down and separate Giant X from Adora.
Going on into the left-hand side. Ooh, Jada's lucky to be alive. Well, not for long. Ness is dispatched perfectly. Overdrive gets popped, and there's nothing that you can do. Ness, we talked about it, a leader they can rally behind. And they're going to have to rally behind because she is pushing forward. Anva gets 1. But it's a little bit of a lost cause here. That spike is dropped in enemy territory.
In the previous matchup, Twisted Minds had to rely on a 4K from Grahams to be able to secure that round 3. Now as we look towards round 7, a similar round in terms of importance, we see Ness stepping up to the plate with that 4K, and now Anva, they are watching for you. All 3, okay, 2 members of Serotones are back, but that's fine. And Ness is ready for her ace.
Go on, let her have it. Anva's peeking on around, slowed around the corner.
No!
Oh, denies the ace! Anva's putting up a little bit of a fight there, but no, Sarah's like, I will avenge my teammates. But you can't help but sing the praises of the IGL. They're just stellar. And you said it, sometimes you just need an individual to step up, to be the catalyst for change.
And someone like that can step up, this can now shift the entire momentum. You talked about the fact that we had a tech pause, that's stopping and starting. And now, with coming out of that pause, with Twisted Minds winning it out thanks to some incredible mechanics from Ness on that fade, can they continue with this? They've got a lot of ultimates to use. That's the key thing for Twisted Minds. They won that without any of them. But Sarah's immediately forced back.
Tuck on in there. Mal control taken. Goes out. Actually looking to get a little bit proactive. Prowler out B there's going to clear it on out, but they haven't quite found Anva yet. Lots of noise being made here. Nightfall comes out, forces them back. Their stall potential is really good. Think if the first spike gets dropped. Now fighting for her life. No, 2 kills come on through. Anva just ducking round the back of the thorns there. Sarah, however, evens the numbers back up, and that door is still spinning and spinning. Runs around the corner. Adora can't be stopped. An absolutely max speed kill. And she's not stopping here. No, she's going to let her team go plant. She's taking space and she's taking names.
And now if we're looking at Twisted Minds, you could invest the Steel Garden here. You know that most of Giant X are grouped towards the site, but it's not a great position to use it from. And at the end of the day, it's a 2 versus 3. Do you really want to? Yeah, Misu's going to go for it, but the Nightfall against them forces them back, and now they're going to be able to get the guns back out.
That's a huge waste. Perfectly timed on the Nightfall. Adora just waiting up top here. The swing went out. She spotted Sarah, but she's going to call this over for Jademar. Allow her to pounce. There's the first. Spots the second. Horn's ready to come on out, and Misu is just pincered here. The walls are closing in, and Adora closes in for the last pick. And that'll be a 7th round. And we talked about this Giant X map 1. One round would slip through the gap, and then immediately back into the heat of action. Giant X wouldn't let them have a moment of reprise.
And the economy isn't going to help Twisted Minds here either. Yes, Lean gets her first kill of the map, but immediately traded out by Anva. And Grahams cannot withstand the slide from Yura. I love what Jademar did here, though, to get herself into that position. The Nightfall deafens, and she used that to run up through stairs, go back through Hobbit and B, to then come and surprise the members of Twisted Minds. A great use of that little mechanic, and now Twisted Minds' aggression, a little bit uncoordinated. Only Adora's been spotted, and Anita takes down Ness.
Oh, that's a difficult one to recover from here. Showstopper comes on out, fired on in. Grams has found one, still tethered for now, but Anva, there we go, steps on up, puts the numbers back in their favor. They don't clear Sarah. Oh, messy shots. Anva's allowed to get away alive, and that could be it. Looking to punish this, the swing on out. Jada's gonna find it. Lean thought that she was sneaky, thought she had a good flank, shut down instantaneously. Grahams fights for her life, takes ones to the grave with her, but that is it. And I think Giant X, they look pretty happy with themselves for that.
I mean, I would be 8-1. Incredibly happy with how this is going. Twisted Minds not calling a timeout here is surprising to me. You want to try and get some rounds towards the latter part of this half, and oh, in slow-mo.
This is cruel.
Observers, why?
I don't think it changes the outcome of the rounds. You know, that's we'll give us some kudos there. I don't think our getting the kill changes the outcome, but it's just so on fresh wounds. And now a little bit over towards A, makes some noise. No, straight back over towards C. And look at this, Sarah's trying to hunt for some information, spotted by the Prowler. Jump back, force back once again. Orb goes out, but not looking to get anybody over too quickly. Lockdown's here as well, and that's just going to give them sight for free.
Sarah, you got to leave. You don't have time to be spamming here.
Gotta be careful. Wait. Into the shadows to the other side of the map. I don't know if this is being spotted. I mean, Lean's got a sneaky suspicion. You can see her looking back behind her. Looking out here, Lean, good for one. Immediately turns back around. She sensed it. She knows Jada on the corner there. Paint Shell's going to go on over, forces Jada on back, but she's still got the space, the buffer for sight to let them flood in. But with Anita going down, that buffer's starting to waver. Anva's going to need to step up now. Going to need to wait on out. They don't clear her, swings out for the first. She dies, but she gives over the information, and that's so much to work with. Spike goes down. Tether goes on out. Jademar, there's the first, taken down, traded. Back out, there it is, and it's not going to matter. Lean being spotted, she's so low on health as well here. Round the back, and the sense to punish Jada was great, but unfortunately it's not enough.
And another round for Giant X. Up to 9. As Twisted Minds are struggling to find anything. You think for a second they've got the right idea, they've got the right read. And Giant X are just going to win out the fights anyway.
Running low.
And I am feeling that we really need to be seeing this Twisted Minds timeout. We need to be sitting down, working out how we're going to be coming back. Because at this point, yes, you might get that first blood. But the reads from Jademar, the call to dash back over the way off the back of Jada's from the shadows. And then this post-plant discipline working together. And we don't have the timeout. Round 11. Second last round in the half, and Twisted Minds, you need to find something, but you've got weak weapons. You've used your ults to almost no effect. What can they do to win this? It relies on Lean.
It feels very fatigued, but we're going to see. Oh, missed shot, the stun as well. Oh, just hurt. Sarah, though, steps up the savior, finds 3. It's not over yet, but with Sarah going down, Ness is left with her wits and a sheriff. It's going to be able to recover a weapon here. Picks up the operator. Yeah, she doesn't want that. Looking for something else, potentially.
Unless she saves it.
Do you really want to be saving at a scoreline like this? Door-eyed, so much noise. Crowder's going out, and she's got no knowledge. She knows that one person has planted the spike, but no idea where the second is. Crowder goes on out. It's only going to spot one. She's just throwing stuff in. It feels like desperation. Pushing on forward through the boxes, and she knows the Viper's here, but still absolutely no knowledge. Oh, Anva catching strays in this battle. 3 HP though. Horn goes over. Anita round the corner. Ness has no time to be quiet, and there it is. Anita's crept on round the side. Will not let this slip through the cracks. And Giant X is 10 already, and I know what I said earlier about it's not over till it's over, but you can't help but feel that Twisted Mind's Orchids are running on fumes.
They had a really nice idea with their play there. Spin the doors when you lose the fight towards C or B main, and you can kind of turn that into a split fight, into a team fight. Sarah used that to great extent, getting that little 3K, but Anva pushing up C. I think Sarah was aware, but couldn't do anything about it. And almost, again, heroics. Ness got them their previous round purely off of her own back. But it was too much to ask of the IGL again. And she's been spotted on A. Not aggression. And Giant X know that if they're not going aggressive A, they're going aggressive C, so immediately Jademar calls for them to go towards B. But this is where that door spin previous round was so good for Twisted Minds. It's a risk for Giant X to go here.
I mean, but when you're 10-1 up, what's a little bit of risk when the reward is so delectable? Round the corner, Sarah swings on out. No, Adora punishes. Anita pounces as well. All the attention, all of the eyes pulled away. Lean gets one. A couple of low HP players here. Adora swings on out. Lean steps up. Jademar to trade. 2 versus 2. They've got the spike. But now look, it's going to be a battle in spawn. But both sides hear the footsteps. Anva goes down. Jademar taken down as well. And finally, Twisted Minds. They're going to end this half on a high.
Switching sides.
On a knife's edge, on the brink of elimination, Twisted Minds Orchids are going to have to dig deeper than they ever have before if they want a chance to continue on in playoffs.
And as we see here, Giant X, when they pick Killjoy, as opposed to most teams, both in GC and in Tier 1, they actually have a positive win rate on these Killjoy maps, and you can kind of see why. It allows Anva to play aggressively, to play on the lurk, to go somewhere fun, and you know, sometimes in that post plant, have a util for that as well. But now Twisted Minds, as they switch onto the attack, this is where the Vice, you really want her in the pack, and Misu for now, she's over towards A, making some noise, whilst the rest are Twisted, heading up towards B, but Anita spins the door and gets 2.
Oh, and even a little bit of damage onto Grahams. There is a pick, a consolation prize for now. Podium finish, well, still a possibility. It's not that far of a removed situation just yet. Misu, though, is going to need something amazing. The paranoia is perfect. Jade War there to swing. Now, Twisted Minds Orchids, they have managed to get the spike down and onto site. Sarah might be able to stall them, to buffer them, to thin the herd as they approach. Door spinning again, all this noise. It's just white noise for Twisted Minds Orchids. They need to find the clarity amidst it all. Paranoia ready here as well for Jada. And there we are, swing on out.
Player standing.
Anva finds one. Grahams putting up a final stand. Finds the first. Here's the tap again. Round the corner. Has no time to be silent. And there it is. Just as the smoke fades, Jada finds the last. And you know what we said about Giant X pistols. When they get the pistol, they're unstoppable. When they get both, it's downright diabolical.
It absolutely is. Now we see the spinning the door. It works so well for Twisted Minds when they were on the defense, having control over towards Mound. But it fell them foul this time. As I like the little push up towards A, we saw Grahams taking the alarm bot for a little bit of a walk from main up towards the site itself. Don't know if you saw her jumping away. Oh, and now, okay, Twisted Minds, the timeout coming through, going into round 14. You just had time to talk to your coach, to work together. In the halftime, you have that chance to discuss, work out how you want to move forward. And I guess here, the force, it's risky. You win the force and okay, you set yourself up to potentially try and start a comeback of all time.
Yeah, but if you lose the force, where does that leave you for the final round?
In absolutely, basically nowhere. You have nothing to work with. You'll be on Stingers again. And okay, on the attack side, you can work with Stingers. You can close the distance with Lean, with her blast packs. But Giant X, they often can work fine against these force buys because they've got the fundamentals. They've got the trading. And honestly, the outright mechanics to stop the Stingers from finding any value anyway. As we see Twisted Minds sticking with the force and they're heading over towards A. Jade Noir, Affinity.
Yeah.
Look at Jade Noir's buy.
I know. I am loving it.
Yeah.
The Ares is coming out. We've got the Judge on Adora. What more could we want? Anarchy in the armory department, and we'll see if it's enough to hold off the force buy. And look at that. I mean, there's nothing scarier than... And you know it's Jade War. Nobody else in the server's going to have the Ares. It's going to be Jade War. Smoke fades. Ooh, almost caught on the cross, but hoping that it's enough to buy away the suspicions, to allow Adora to swing. It's good damage, but it's not a kill. Anita, oh, getting run on down here. Jade War finds one, traded on out here, and they're getting it done. But look at the health bars on so many of these players. It's dwindling. And if they can clear out Grahams, oh, runs out of bullets. It's a little bit of a messy fight, but... It's done, it's dusted. 2 versus 3. And 17 HP between two of these players combined. They don't even make a full player's worth of health. And now Anva around the corner. The high-low is spotted, but they're doing enough here. Alarm bot's going to go on out. Tap on the spike's going to put the pressure on out here. Anva swings out, gets 2. Jada looking to half it here. Actually might just look to stick the whole thing. Sarah needs to swing and needs to swing now. And in the nick of time. Not a second too late, not a second too soon. And Twisted Minds Orchids clinging onto this series.
The most important force buy I think that they've had in such a long time. They had to win that out and they managed to separate Jade Noir from Adora. And Adora didn't manage to find the kills. A lot of damage, yes, with the Judge, but not the kills, and that was crucial. Without the trades there, Giant X was separated and torn to pieces. Came down to that 1 versus 1, and I mean, oh, that's a close one. But now Giant X, different setup, only classics, holding mostly towards B, whilst Twisted Minds are waiting for a mistake, playing patient. The Giant X, they don't often make mistakes.
No, and especially not in this map. They have been an ironclad fortress.
Toxin screen down.
Sarah pushing on forward a little bit here, taking the space to allow the team to pivot, should they so desire. Actually found absolutely nothing so far. Zara gets taken down, noise over towards C, and Giant X got a decision to make here. Do they continue putting all their focus here? They do. Running Sarah on down here. Adora's going to find the trade. That's a weapon upgrade as well. And the orb, why don't you?
But this has left C completely open. Twisted Minds are able to get the spike down. That sets them up pretty well with the guns, but Adora does have that Bulldog picked up from the body, and actually they're here in time. Giant X could go for a flood.
They very much could. Spike goes down as anticipated. Arms looking to take the high ground here.
There.
Now we wait. Patience from Giant X. For the moment to strike. Smoke comes on out. Rams smoke of her own though. Ness stunned on up, still good for one. Leans there to assist, but Ness is getting the job done. Misu on site, spray down, gets a piece of the action. And Twisted Minds, Orchids, yeah, it was just classics they're up against, but when your back's against the wall like this, every round the pressure mounts.
It does, and it's going to continue to mount. Graham's kept the Outlaw through, so Giant X are forced to buy these full shields. Adora's movement, when she's looking to get a kill, is incredible, but when she's setting up somebody from her team, like Jada, to get a kill off the back of her, to trade her when she's that human flashbang, it works equally as well. And now, Giant X, guns online. They've got their setup already over towards the C site. As Twisted Minds exploring B, I'm imagining this is going to be a switch to open the door and head towards C. Do Giant X read this? Ness has kind of got the advantage over Jade Moss mostly so far this series.
We'll have to see. They've taken a lot of space out towards a main. Again, Twisted Minds Orchids not making a move towards any which site too quickly. Stun goes on in. It's going to stop them attempting to flood onto B. Wall goes up as well. And now just have to stagnate for a second.
And as it slows down, watch the position of Giant X. They have that just one Jada over towards Rubble, holding this down completely alone. She's got a TP out of there, Paranoia as well, as she calls the rotations over.
Jada worried about pushing up top. Oh, swings on out. Misu's going to find the first. Now two players here. All destroyed, looking to try duck back in towards B for safety. They line up again, though. Graham's able to keep this somewhat under control, somewhat winnable. But now pushing on forward, numbers disadvantage in a Jade Noir that is holding the angle for dear life. Round the corner, shoulder spotted, and again, hold down the trigger. One pull of the trigger, two will fall. And now, that is series point. This is what Giant X have been fighting for, the elimination. A single elimination on this one. They need to buy themselves a safety net, and they have bought themselves 8 rounds of safety here.
But for Twisted Minds, this is now 8 rounds of absolute horror. You're going to be scared every step of the way. The only ultimate you've got online right now is the From the Shadows. You can build up towards the Nightfall and the Steel Garden. The most important thing for Twisted Minds is to get those ults online and survive, but Adora's going aggressive.
Tapping away, ahead gets spotted. Grahams finds one. Adora is vicious, is lethal with the trade, and still hungry for a little bit more. Peeks on out. It's not going to spot anybody out here. So it's now going to send over the warning bells to Jade Noir just to be ready. Crowd around the corner is going to spot something. High alert. The alarms are ringing. And look at that, the call for Anva to come on over already.
Yeah, the calls are perfect, but the guns have got to be good as well. The Nightfall, Jade Noir's setting it up.
And here we go. Misu gets one, but Adora, the overdrive, finds 2. Jade Noir finds hers now 2 versus 1. Ness, she's been the leader in every sense of the word. Now needs to do one more thing for her team. 2 more kills.
It's so much to ask of her as well. She's got the A site all alone. She can get the spike down. That's the Nightfall on for her. She's got a chance in this round with that Nightfall, the decay. She can potentially use it to her advantage.
30 seconds left.
Spike goes down. Giant X already here. They rotate over. This is it.
Just don't let her isolate the fight. Taunt goes over, gives them a little bit of room to work with. They're going to swing this corner together. There's the first isolated, and there's the second. Ness with the Red Bull clutch to keep this party going, to keep their team in this. And now 7 rounds to go, but this is the start, and we talked about it time and time again. The individuals inspiring the team.
One enemy remaining.
But it's still 7 rounds in a row required. Incredible heroics from the IGL, yes. The best thing now here for Twisted Minds is Giant X are down to an eco, a Bucky for Adora, and that is it. And then in the round after, Twisted Minds are probably going to have 5 ultimates online. This is how the comeback starts.
It starts with baby steps. It starts 1 round, 2 rounds at a time here. Now there's an eco against them, so potentially a 3rd building. Just have to be careful. Any little mistakes will be punished. Gotta go. Around the corner, Adora with the solitary brought up weapon here for the team. It'll be difficult to get it into a position to make it sing as best it can, though. Anita, though, tapping away with the classic, finds 1. That's the opening pick. Adora's trying to get into a position to make the Bucky work, but just missed the timing on it. And doesn't want to push any further around the corner. Round the corner, almost certain death.
And this pause, Giant X, how can you use this to your advantage?
Ooh, another one! They're letting the classics get away with daylight robbery. A 2nd weapon picked on up here and tapping away Misu, trying to keep things controlled. Jade War swings on out. Not like this. And now backing away, hiding in the Viper's pit, hoping. Not breathing too loud lest they give away their positions. Misu hears something up top there. Anva finds 1. Now it's just Misu. The smoke falls. Jade One with the Bucky. The defuse comes on through. And Giant X take the series, knocking out Twisted Minds. Another 13-5 on Lotus. And the Amoda Thrifty ends it all.
Giant X have previously sent Twisted Minds down to elimination out of this event. And they do it once again, closing it out with an Amoda Thrifty that I thought was impossible. They only had a Bucky, a Bandit, and a Sheriff in this round. There's no way they should have won it. But together they work, and together they can destroy Twisted Minds' hope of getting anywhere beyond 5th and 6th in this stage. Once again, it's a repeat of stage 1. And Giant X, well, they got to move on and fight again tomorrow to keep on progressing themselves in this tournament.
I hope we don't see this again in stage 3, because this has been stage 1 in the knockout round, stage 2 in the knockout round. Well, I'm starting to see a pattern here, but Giant X, I mean, we weren't sure what we were going to expect from Breeze, but I think we're pleasantly surprised by the outcome. But I believe that we have got a little bit of a surprise coming for you guys. I think we've got Billy ready to go here.
I'm back. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, I'm back. What
Welcome
series,
back.
by the way? Like, the fact that they were able to close out in that fashion on the last round.
Absolutely insane. I don't understand how they were able to do it. Like, okay, a couple of nice heroics from Twisted Minds across the way, but Giant X just looked unstoppable, even on the weaker guns.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to add there. I think just the classics as well in this series, just ludicrous, quite frankly.
It feels like it must be such a confidence builder as well for Giant X, right? Because we kind of set this story up as them coming in, being the underdogs, still feeling like they're the most underrated team throughout these playoffs. Do you think that they made a statement in this game, Affinity?
Oh, absolutely. This is a statement of intent for Giant X. I think the entirety of the groups was as well. We are here to play. Yes, we might lose that 1v2 against Nest, the IGL, but we're still going to push it through with those weaker weapons. And I mean, this is Giant X. This is the Giant X that I think they were hoping would have come through to get to 2nd in the previous stage. And I think they've improved enough to maybe fight for it this time.
And for you, Affinity, do you feel like they kind of defied those expectations today?
I think that we've been seeing them defy expectations for a while. I worry that they might be one of those teams that the better results they get, they still feel like they're kind of living in the shadow of, you know, Gentlemate's amazing performance. I think today is a really good sort of statement victory. I want to see them push a little bit further. The fact that they took Breeze with, you know, no official reps on it, just going in and sweeping it up. I think that they're a team that if you're not having a conversation about them being at the top, even with them having to play in this knockout round, I think you're missing out on something.
Let's actually have a quick chat about their breeze before we wait on one of our interviewees joining us. Anva on the Jet, they seem to be leaning into this double duelist across some of the maps, but not all of them. What on earth? Like, some of the things that she was doing today, I mean, it was kind of crazy. How did we actually feel about that breeze? Because I feel like that was such a great momentum starter for them, and obviously we saw Twisted Minds have moments where they were kind of getting back into the map. What was the kind of summary from you guys' perspective of how that breeze went?
For me, at least, it was Giant X really showed that this double duelist, they were running this a lot in stage 1, and they've got essentially 3 duelist players of Anva, Adora, and Anita all having a lot of reps on duelist. So if you can lean into it, and if you know how to use that to your advantage, which as we could see from Breeze, they absolutely did, why not? It looked incredibly good, and apart from a couple of rounds from Sarah, Twisted Minds couldn't really stop the aggression.
Yeah, I think there was some nice reads coming on through there as well. I think that what we saw coming on out from Ness was really great, but I think Giant X just looked a step above. They're a team of, they like to describe themselves as sort of a band of misfits coming together to form this just amazing roster. So having so many players that are really versatile and that can step up and shift with the meta a lot has been the big one that I know a lot of players have been talking about. Players that can shift so fluidly between roles and always step up to whatever shoes they have to fill in. It just makes them an incredibly lethal team.
For sure. And obviously we have to say goodbye to Twisted Minds, but let's quickly touch on them before we have our interview ready. What do you think the kind of key learnings were from this series and kind of what they need to take away to bounce back by the time we get to stage 3?
For me, at least, it's keep on with what they're doing. They've looked so much better now than they did in stage 1 and even at the start of stage 2 groups. Keep on that same level of improvement because you can really see it in the server. It's just unfortunate they got paired up against Giant X, who are on an absolute tear this stage. And I think if I was them, I'd feel very happy with how this stage went, even if it's the same result as the previous.
I'd agree that. I think that what they're doing is great, and they're on a really good trajectory. I think if you look at how they're playing, they are improving. Even if the results, you know, on paper say the same, it feels like the caliber's been improving. So the fact that they are keeping up with that and they're consistent shows that they're working hard. I think there's a couple of moments where they gave away some fights, some 1v1s. That Ness's calling has been amazing, and that sometimes it's just in those clutch moments where things get a little bit intense. It might be one of those things you just need a little bit more time to let that gel set a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely think that with a bit more time they'll be able to build up that synergy, because let's not forget they have Misu that's joined them for this stage as well.
New, yeah.
And you guys kind of touched on it on the cast, but the fact that we have such an international roster in Game Changers EMEA as well is kind of crazy. Like, I really honestly want to see this kind of diversity when we think ahead at GCC, right, and seeing that come to fruition at the global events. So yeah, hopefully that they can go away and kind of iron out those issues. But again, for Giant X too, we have to speak about their journey, the fact that they've come in to these playoffs as kind of the underdogs. They kind of were in stage 1 as well. The fact that I kind of joked with Jade at the very start of today about, you know, perhaps the 3rd place being a bit of a curse for Giant X. Do you think that they have the potential to maybe go on to a grand final based off of what we've seen today? It's way too early to call probably, but do you think that potential is there?
I'll make that call. Yeah, absolutely they are. The way that they are playing and the fact that they're so versatile both within individual agents but also as a whole with their compositions. They can play the double duelist, they can play the double sentinel, they can play double controller. They have so many different ways of playing and it all looks so good. I can see this team making it, and you know they fought a good fight up against Gentlemates in the group stage. I could see them beating Gentlemates.
I don't know. We've seen them take maps off of Gentlemates.
Yeah.
I think the Gentlemates quality at the moment is insane, and that will be a separate question. I think if the way the bracket pans out, the way, you know, if you plan out and you do predictions on what you think it is, I think Giant X have a really solid chance. We've seen them beat almost every team that's in, you know, that's remaining and that stands in their way of getting to that grand finals. So I don't think it's beyond the realms of possibility. I think it's still a little early to call, but I think grand finals is definitely not out of the question. Whether they beat Gentlemates though, that's That's the question of the hour, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's a spicy one from you, Echo, being like, yeah, they can be Genomates, they can make it to the grand final. Honestly, like, I don't think that's underrating them at this point. Like, we've spoken about how this team has come into the stage and being perhaps underrated, but I think that that's not an overrating, because that sounds almost kind of shady, but I think to just straight away come in and be like, yeah, you know what, why not? But I also agree with the sentiment that the caliber of play that they were able to show would kind of like have you living up that hype now, I guess.
I mean, I think a lot of people know I love the players on Giant X. They came from the old FMCL roster, except for Anita.
Definitely
right?
not biased at all.
Definitely not biased at all. I don't think they're the best because of that. But like realistically, the only team that they haven't managed to get a map of this split is SK. And I mean, I think we're still imagining Gentlemates will be SK. So I guess there's this trio for me is going to be the top 3. It's how that really pans out and who performs on the day. And if Giant X perform like they did today, I could see it happening.
Okay, I like it. I like the confidence. Well, thank you both so much for joining me. It was amazing to listen to you guys cast the first game as well. Do you have any closing remarks before I toss this to a break and we move on to the next series?
I am just so excited. If this is what series number 1 has brought us from the playoffs, you know, we've still got 4 more days of this. We've still got matches today to go. So I think just the caliber of the teams at the moment is astronomical. And every single one of these matchups is just going to be an all-out firefight.
Yeah, I mean, it surely feels like a very competitive stage here in Game Changers EMEA, but we are going to have a quick break, but don't go anywhere because we have the second series right after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
But it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, you got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. You know that's what you feel. You know that's what you feel. You know that's what you feel.
nectar, sweet, fiery heat. Whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, 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 I won't let go. Ain't never giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Gonna push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Spirits climbing, love contriving, passion driving, the tempers rising. Whoa, stop pushing me, you're gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane.
Women will what want.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well won't break. Vamos!
Hello everyone and welcome back to Game Changers EMEA Stage 2 playoffs. Now, we didn't get to have the interview with Adora, but don't worry, I'll be hunting you down. I'll get a pre-match interview with you at some point this week. I'm joined with Akamask and Zobi as well this time around to talk through the next series that we have coming up, which is G2 Gozen versus Barca Esports. How are we feeling, Akamask? Nice to work with you.
Yeah, I'm feeling very good about that series. I think compared to their group stage matchup, this is gonna be an absolute banger. Barca is on an upwards trajectory throughout the entire third week of group stage, and them fighting against G2, it's gonna be a nice one.
And for you, Zobi, it's nice to have you here as well. How did you think the group stage went? Because of course you've kind of been part of that broadcast as well all throughout this stage so far.
I think it was a blast to be a part of. I think a lot of expectations came true in terms of, I think, SK Nebula being on that upward ride, Barca as well. Again, those super teams that are now finally delivering results. And I think the biggest letdown was that we didn't get Carmine Core here. It felt like they needed that kind of comeback arc, and it was cut short.
Yeah, for sure. That was definitely one of the bigger surprises for me as well, I think, coming into this stage. But alas, we need to speak about the game that we have coming up next. Now, of course, G2 are the ones that had decided to choose to go up against Barca Esports today because they finished third place in the groups. Do we have any inside knowledge, guys? Do we have any opinions about why that might have been the case?
Oh, I actually do here. I want to take this first because I was doing a little surfing through the Mimi vlogs. By the way, if you haven't seen them, you need to check them out. And she was talking about the last time they faced. She was like, she loves the org, she loves playing against these players, but she was super disappointed afterwards that it was so one-sided, right? That double 4-13 loss for Barca. And I think that's another reason why they're super excited to play them again in playoffs.
And I think if you look at the statistics of the entire season, right, Barca has been the worst team that comes into playoffs because they were in like this small battle between like three teams. Alternate Attacks was into this one, KC as well, and I think it's just a logic choice to pick up Barcelona here instead of Twist Minds, for example.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's talk about the kind of queens of EMEA, or at least they have been for as long as I've been here. G2, Gozen, of course. We need to speak about the kind of consistency issues I think that they've found, because let's not forget stage 3 in last year, they kind of found themselves in this knockout bracket, and now we find them here in this position again. Akamask, talk to me. What's been going on with this roster?
I think G2 has yet to find their rhythm 100%. Yes, they only lost to teams that were in the playoffs in stage 1 as well. But in general, I think their process of entering is something where they need to find a rhythm, where they need to find consistency, and it's you know, it kind of falls into place with Akita finding consistent entries or dying consistently on the start of rounds, and that's the important part here for me and going into this matchup as well.
And I think that's where that mixed result came from as well during the group stage, was them going through this experimentation period. Again, you had Mimi sporting basically 2 new roles, right, with the Vice on the majority of maps, and her Phoenix as well. That was a big switch up on trying to address their map pool issues on maps like Haven that did burn them in those stage 1 playoffs. So, you know, they've had a slow start, even though it's freaked some people out, like fans especially on the timeline. Again, I'm excited and I have great expectations for them in this playoffs run.
Zobi, do you think that we need to, you know, be alarmed that G2 are starting in that knockout round today?
I don't. Again, the first series, Giant X Twisted, was one that I really couldn't call the outcome of, and that one I think proved that and how competitive it was. But this is one that feels like it's leaning so far G2 Gozen's favor. You would have to see lights out performances from the majority of the members on Barca, but it's not possible. Again, they've been that team to push teams to OT, you know, get those 3 maps. They're the world, I'm saying it, where Barca 2-0 Gentlemates, all right, in their last week of the group stage.
They got a map in against Gentlemates, which is amazing for me.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, we've sat here and theorized a couple of things about why G2 have maybe chosen Barca in this knockout round, but why not let the coach answer? I had a chance to speak with Drew earlier today. Thank you so much for joining me, Drew. I want to just quickly get the elephant in the room out of the way. Starting in the knockout round is a pretty unusual spot for G2. I'd love to know if the usual preparation is any different when you're coming into a knockout round.
Not really. I mean, we had knockout for stage 3 of last year too, and we ended up winning the whole thing. So in a way, being in the knockout rounds is pretty nice, you know? Like, I mean, obviously we would have loved to have been top 2 and get that bye and that guaranteed top 4, but having a match to essentially warm up into the bracket, even though it is single elim at this point, is really good. It helps us build some momentum and gain some confidence for the rest of the playoffs, just like last year. So I'm excited for it.
And is there a reason why you guys chose Barca to face off in this knockout round that you'd like to share?
I think us and Barca match up really well in terms of map pool. They're just a opponent we tend to match up well against. And, you know, we give them the respect, right? Like they are a good team. But we're excited to play them today.
Perfect. And I also want to kind of have a look at the maps that you've been played on. Talk to me about your Haven. What has been going on there?
Well, I mean, Haven as usual is very popular in EMEA. And, you know, we started with something that was perhaps like a little bit counter to what we were seeing on the map. And I guess like it's just one of those times where it feels really good in practice, but like just in matches, we weren't really able to get it over the line. So we had to make those adjustments really quickly. And the great thing is I've got fantastic players and a great IGL who are able to make those adjustments like quite literally overnight. And who were able to take SK, a great Haven team, like, you know, to a win. So yeah, I'm really happy.
Do you think it's the way the meta's developing? Like, do you think it doesn't suit your team as much?
No, I think it's just more, we had an idea and we've got Mimi, who's like a really good Vice player. So, you know, we wanted to lean into that a little bit and it works in some maps. Maybe some other maps, like it's a little bit too early for that.
For sure. Listen, we're all out of time. I really wanted to ask you about Bind going out and Ascent coming back in, but I have to let you go. Best of luck today, Drew.
Thank you.
Hopefully you manage to progress throughout the playoffs.
Thank you, Billy. See you later.
Okay, so we need to obviously speak about their opponents as well. G2 feeling like they're prepared coming in and starting on this knockout bracket, but Barca, you already kind of mentioned at Akamask, it feels as though they're on a sort of upwards trajectory, I think is fair to say.
Yeah, they're a little bit on a run coming into that third week. Making playoffs was sort of a miracle to start with, right? They won against Carmine Corp, they won against Focus, and did not look back from that. And Zobby already mentioned it. There's a world where they beat the Gentlemates Game Changers 2-0 if they win on overtime in that first map. And, you know, that's a very different looking Barca from what we have seen in Stage 1 and what we have seen in the start of Stage 2.
And I think that kind of comeback arc was facilitated by the stability a player like Devilassa provided, right? I've been watching her since Ottawa now, and she has just always impressed me since then. And her team even unanimously agrees that she has the best aim on the roster, and she's that wild card for me in this G2 Gozen match. What Vonnie is for G2 Gozen in the clutches, Devilassa is for this squad. I mean, she's leading in 1v1 and 1v3 clutches out of any player in the entire stage so far.
That is quite the compliment to compare someone to someone as goated as Vanya. I'm sure that she'd be very, very happy with that, Zoe. I know that you'd mentioned that she was kind of your GOAT coming into this stage of GC EMEA. But I actually had a chance to speak with the IGL Toki ahead of today's match also. Thank you so much for joining me, Toki. I wanted to quickly recap this year for your team so far. Stage 1 didn't go as planned. You guys missed out on the playoffs, but despite that, you have been grinding the Cash Cups, finding yourselves in 2 of the grand finals of those. How do you feel as though they've been helping your team?
It was helpful. We were practicing comps that we were thinking on, like trying in the stage in the playoffs, and it was really helpful for us. And also, we are like new team. We are only 5 months together, and it was helping us to build more chemistry, and also to practice the stuff that we were creating in the time that we were playing. So it was so good for us. It was really good idea, to be honest.
And what do you think that your team does best right now in comparison to Stage 1?
Right now, we are more, like we improve a lot the calm. It was like before we were like not, we were not having our emotion under control, but now we are more chill. We are listening each other more, and I think when everyone is calm and listening, everything is going perfectly, you know.
Love to hear that. And I wanted to talk about Spanish representation as well, because it seems to be growing in Game Changers EMEA. And with your team having a Spanish core, I'd love to know how you felt when you got that opportunity to play for Barca.
For me, in personal, it was like a dream, because Barca was my favorite team in football team. So when they came to me and they say, Toki, we want you to be our captain, I was so happy. And it, like when Devilassa and Annie, they joined us, it was not like, I was not keeping in mind like I want Spanish people in my team, you know. I was like, if like you need to work to be in the team, you need to deserve to be in a team and in a Barca org, so you need to prove it, you need to show in tryouts. And Annie and Devilassa, they did incredible. So for me, having them, I'm so happy because I know them also in real life. So for me, it's like, I don't know, playing with my friends, you know. And also Millori and Laida, they are like my Turkish, my Kanka friends. So we are like a like a family, you know.
Do you think it makes it more difficult to IGL when you're such good friends with the players on your team?
No. Probably it's worse because like I'm confident with them, so I have I talk more with them in real life, so I can tell them what I think without putting a lot of like, I can be like rude if I want, but they understand, you know. So if I need to explain something or say to them something in a bad way, not toxic, they understand. So for me, it's good. For them, I don't know.
Listen, Toki, I'd love to dive more into you becoming an IGL, but unfortunately that's all we have time for. So best of luck today, and hopefully we'll see you progress throughout these playoffs.
Thank you so much.
We got some great insight from Toki there throughout the interview. But Akamask, I wanted to ask you, do you think the power of friendship is what's helping build up this upwards trajectory for Barca?
I think Toki already said it, right? If you're not the lives of your teammates, if you're sort of like this family group, you will improve much faster. We saw this with Alternate Attacks, for example, in 2024, when they picked the Belly and they were all talking about, hey, oh, we're that family team. That makes things different and much easier, especially for IGLs, to implement new systems.
And on that topic as well, like, I think the speed has been accelerated by the power of friendship, but it's exactly what Toki mentioned, right? The theory that they were crafting is being implemented and finding results, right? On maps like Breeze and the works.
And looking ahead at the map veto here, is there any surprises, any, you know, throwaways there that we weren't expecting? I think instantly we're seeing Ascent sadly being out. We've not seen an Ascent today. I'm quite sad about that.
Yeah, I'm quite sad about this as well. I think the biggest surprise here for me is probably G2 selecting Lotus over Breeze. Everything else was like sort of what I expected this map V2 to look like, but Lotus over Breeze for G2 is sort of something new, and I think they maybe antied what Barca did on Lotus in the previous matchups.
Yeah, my thought exactly. They have something cooked up here on Lotus, considering it's been such a coin toss for them in the group stage. Breeze over Ascent as a decider was kind of surprising to me for Barca. It shows that they do have confidence in their new compositions, and they played their old composition with that Astra up against G2, where it was that 4-13 loss. So if we make it there, I'm a little concerned, but I do think G2 has to be coming into this match prepared, or there is a chance that we could see Barca get their footing pretty early on. This is a great map for them. Wait a minute.
Yeah, and like in general, Barca picking that up in the last map is insane to me, because like they lost 13-4 on that map speaks a lot about the confidence that they're having in their new team comps.
And I think these are very similar comps to what we saw in the group stage. I was worried for a second when I saw you on the Vice, but I'm like, nope, this is standard, this is go-to, and that's just because I've seen Devilassa on that more so fragging anchor more than anybody on this team. But yeah, all in all, I'm excited to see Akita back on the Raze. You mentioned the duelist consistency, and I do think it's more so the Raze over the Jet or the Neon that has been that hit or miss Akamask. So what are you hoping to see from her in regards to the rest of her team?
I want to see from Akita to get herself into positions where she either gets traded or where she gets an uncontested entry kill, right? Because Akita, among the top 7 players in entry frags, is the only one with a negative first death to first kill ratio, and I want to see, you know, some more uncontested entries by Akita, where she, you know, goes in, isn't the only one getting traded, but also just takes that entry frag, gets G2 an advantage to start off a round, and from there they can play onwards. And I think that's something I want to see, especially considering you already talked about in the pre-show, Devilassa is the player with the highest 1-versus-1 clutch rate. And those two things combined with G2, that might be playing a little bit more on the back foot, and Devilassa having that huge clutch rate, that's, you know, that's something where disaster is brewing up, potentially for G2 Gozen, so I want to see that out of Akita right now.
Yeah, and on the flip side for Barca Esports, I think the most credit we can give them is to their attack half, so I'm super glad to then have the opportunity to start on the attack all 3 of these maps. That's where they get the ball rolling, that's where they have the cleanest set plays, and they can really channel the firepower of Miori in these positions. And as a promise, we're gonna get it started off here pretty fast, right? No lurk, no nothing, just straight forward A side. But G2, instead of opting into this fight, you may see a little C's, but otherwise they're probably gonna take the C mountain space and play for a really fast kind of flank.
Yeah, maybe a fast flank or retake going in here for G2. And you already mentioned it, Eva scaling a little bit backwards, trying to solo anchor that A side, having the support of her Viper player as well. Amy rotating over there. First contact belongs to Annie. And she gets this one into Akita, gets Vanya as well. Immediate double kill for Barca. Great position for them.
Yeah, Sight gonna concede. Eva was trying to play for the one and done, but now the group up alongside Amy is good.
And Lida only gets a trade, but it's way too late. 10 HP onto Eva. This one's a little bit dangerous. Needs to find the player onto drop, but Devilassa forced on the trigger. Spike is going down in the end. It's a 1-versus-3 for Mimi.
Rotate of shame on over. The clutch shot is the leader of this squad. Arc Rose out. This post plant just got harder to retake into.
2 players over towards 3. Annie spotted. Mimi knows where she is, but to be a little bit afraid of those few crossfires. Gets a first strike. They're not trading. Barca all of a sudden in a position where it got a little bit harder. Devilassa Needs to isolate that duel. Mimi needs to find something to work with. Needs to find some headshots. One more bullet. Reloads. Spike isn't half. Needs to stick this one. The spam through the box does not work out. Mimi on the swing. Does she have enough time? Did this one go down? Mimi gets it. 0.33. A Red Bull clutch by the IGL of G2 to start things off.
Wow, I was so nervous for G2 Gozen when I saw them kind of half commit to this duo challenge around rope side after they already were down numbers from the Annie opening, right? This is the moment where it forced Mimi into that 1v3 clutch. And you mentioned how effective these post-plant crossfires looked and then fell apart in execution. And that's the exact thing that Mimi took advantage of in the cusp of time, that internal clock working overtime to get the pistol on the board. So beautifully done there. It's not going to be a great momentum start then for Barca Esports and for the Zico. Yori looking for a cheeky opening with the Outlaw, but otherwise just strict defaulting. See if you can bait out these early kills once again.
And they're tanking up Yori. Full shield plus Outlaw. A huge investment. High risk by Barca. But they're trusting the duelist. Trusting her to take the wheel.
Okay. She's trying to steer the ship towards the A space. That's where the nice, safe double tree stack is.
No contact just yet, Miori. Slowly but surely, but doesn't get the shot. Akita fast on the trigger, the Outlaw on the ground. Problems for Barca in that round. The investment fallen short. Devilessa can't pick this one up. Has to take too much of a risk, because has to be a rush for Barca anywhere on the map.
Less than a minute left. Mimi's up to the challenge.
Has a flash still in hand. Spots the players. Both shoulders known. Spike. Planted safely, but not the best post-line position for Barca right now. Lighter, a little bit of a contact. Trying to force G2's IGL to overplay her hand. Two more players scaling up towards the heaven. Slider finds that kill into Akita. No trade just yet. G2 might fall short, but Vanya is here for the rescue. Amy's position also a powerful one, but the Outlaw of Devilessa finds something to count for. But Barca still falls short. 3 weapons for G2 and an Outlaw for the taking.
I don't lose.
Okay, G2. I like the level of respect they showed on that pivot from A to B out of Barca, and they play that retake one step at a time. Barca maybe was able to catch them off guard a little bit on the top mid fight because they primed themselves with that Arcros 4AC Link fight that they then disengaged from, and I was worried about that second guessing a little bit, but it kind of inadvertently set up a little fake play that gave them a leg into this round. So, oh no, Barca, yeah, you can hope for more kills, but you got the spike down, you got 2 away. That's pretty good now coming into the full buy. The only difficulty is the fact that your main entry, Miori, is forced onto a Stinger because of that Outlaw purchase. So we'll see how that affects things, but G2, pretty classic A look. Fight, dump util, but with the Vice also here alongside this util, that should be the green light go to scale into C because it is infinitesimally weaker now.
Yeah, it's just Amy there, trying to solo anchor that side on a bandit in hand. It might be a little bit of trouble for the G2 Viper. Already ported onto the side. Barca has taken a lot of space. Amy just moving backwards, giving up the space. Spike has yet to be planted.
He's not gonna complicate things, delay the timer. G2 ready to pounce once it's confirmed.
They have the triple stack up there in main. This one is dangerous for Barca to play. Paranoia, Vanya misses everything, but no trade available for Lido. The players in band all zoned up. A double for Vanya. Amy jumps in. They have one as well. A 2 versus 2. Barca has shut down. It's been shut down by G2, but it's a 1 versus 2 for Mimi. A clutch for the IGL once again. No weapons in sight. Just that Bulldog to be picked up, but the spike has yet to be planted.
Toki low HP wants to play for the time, and the confirmation that the site is theirs. A fact they lacked earlier in the round. Maybe a nice position when they knew she was Hull side.
And nobody's looking there. I mean, they re-smoke. So Mimi has to either push this one fast. Toki is low, but the initial contact works out. Barca, they're going by the books, 2-1. The bigger weapons win out that round, but it wasn't pretty. Only 2 rifles remain.
Yeah, a bit messy. Toki and that 4K coming in clutch, especially when this reflood attempt was coming in, right? Beautiful satchel, crosshair draw, and Vanya follow-up, but it's this exact moment from Toki on that elbow position, and the crossfire from Devilessa, who regrouped into main. that made it a clean ending conversion line. So all in all, yeah, like you mentioned, point on the board, but it's gonna hurt a little bit in the light shield in the Guardian department. Versus G2 come to their first buy, have the Steel Garden off of Mimi's clutch. They're priming themselves well to start getting a substantial lead, but Toki on the flip side also had an ult up her sleeve. Nice from the Shadows play, but she's getting crunched, tracked, and dealt with.
Yeah, everybody knows where she is. Toki, a little bit of a too risky play. Vanya swings out a B as well. 2 quick kills for G2, bringing them on the victory track. But Barca can equalize somewhat at least. Annie chimes in there on a quick one, but they have to reassess their situation.
Yeah, that's back-to-back rounds where it feels like the mid-round call comes in too late, right? They can't defuse the fight that's happening in B-Pillar. And in the previous round, they should have known that C-side was so weak because of that extra Thorn investment on that A-main fight. So we'll stay, though. Less than a minute left. Really, really nice end call here towards A. Still to get past the Thorns without a nade, but it will just be Mimi here to play interference.
But the Thorns are a great stall right now for G2 Gozen, holding Barca off that side. Mimi has an ultimate up there as well to start off the retake. Looks for that first contact, immediate.
There it is.
Are you gonna do? There it is, Atiman. Nightfall for the counter, but the Steel Garden leaves Barca short-handed. First player spotted on the ropes. Shorty trying to fight into this one. It's a great seize. Vanya has a triple from the heavens. All of a sudden, the G2 smoker finds the damage and sees the paranoia, and Barca's hold falls apart.
Yeah, I think we're gonna need a replay of that one. Just again, so fluid in the team fights. We'll get G2 that round, that momentum they wanted on this map pick, and I mean, it was a great idea from Barca on this from the Shadows, but G2 not making the same mistakes, simple mistakes as the group stage any longer. And yeah, it was an idea, that counter of Barca wanting to fight into space again. Too late, it feels like, off of the Nightfall, and Vanya just handles it. Ends of the Slaughter style, so here we go. First time we're probably going to see Barca trying to contest, fight into this A-stack engagement, but without weaponry, I'm not expecting it to be very pretty, Akamask.
This one will hurt for Barca probably. Sees plus Nade Constellation already in the hands of G2. They're throwing it in there. First frag belongs to Eva. Immediately shuts down Miori. Vanya as well in there. Devilessa tries to soften the blow a little bit, but Barca falls apart on that initial go towards the side. Once again, it's just Annie, a ghost in hand. Not much you can do there, not much to expect from the Sentinel player. Gets a kill to Eva, but that's everything you can account for. 4-1 G2. They fixed their Lotus. They antied a little bit of what Barca were doing in those last few games.
And I will say, aside from the ults online for G2 Gozen, I do want to see Barca run back that A rubble and wall fight to see if they can win it when rifles are in hand. Because if that option's off the table, it's going to get predictable. And we've seen some of these C retakes go awry. G2 have just been really clean on their rescaling. For now, though, Barca back to a pretty tried and true default. Again, they hate the space that G2's been able to exploit, and they show pressure across the map. So all in all, here we go.
I mean, Space sets up retakes, and G2 is one of the best retake teams on all of Game Changers EMEA right now. They have the Nightfall available, spotted one of the players, triple stack, scaling up towards A. They're trying to force Devilessa out of position.
Ooh,
trying to push the Lurk back.
She hears the runaway. I feel like that should be the answer to start rescaling here. Maybe call the troops back, but they are still steadfast on this C space where, once again, the Vice is here. It's going to buy so much time for these rotates to come through. And G2 has been really lenient on these rotation timings to their own benefit.
Grenade!
Looks like Barca is trying to force for C execute. They're hearing the thorns of Mimi, so they can expect the wall to be up close there. I don't think Barca should execute on that side, and they're not doing it. That ultimate is a pure fake. Going onto this one, Mimi clears out Miori. Akita with the counter ultimate as well. But it's a complete fake by Barca, which does not go into effect because they're not scaling up into the A side fast enough. Devilessa
30 seconds left.
Needs to trade, but it's too late. Tokyo already on the ground. Barca forcing their way through that smoke, but they're not checking for Vanya in the backside. No space given by G2. Vanya in 3. Nobody's looking for her a second time around. Double for Vanya, make it free. Solo anchoring that side. 5-1. G2 doesn't give them an inch on that map.
Wow, Vanya is back. Barca, they sell one of their beautifully crafted fake outs. We've seen it against their opponents on other maps. And it's unfortunate that Miori dies for the cause. But like you mentioned, it's this time of the rescale into A. And Vanya's brilliance as a solo anchor without even expending any utility that sets her apart. 3K, immediate Barca timeout here as well, just to talk through what's going wrong, the lack of momentum on the attack cap that they elected to start on, given that this is G2 Gozen's map pick. And talking about G2, the prep coming into this, the ante, obviously get tricked a little bit up in the investment of those ultimates on that C fake, but still lean into Eva cutting off the rotates. Vanya 11 and 3 on the side anchor. And really, what more could you ask for?
You can't really ask for more out of Vanya. And I think what G2 is doing here really well, they're forcing Barca to be aggressive on one side of the map. They're always forcing back their lurk players. And in general, G2 is adapting to that more aggressive playstyle that Barca showed throughout the last few matchups they were playing. And I think that's the adaptation that G2 needed going into this matchup.
Yeah, I do think I want to see Barca simplify just a little bit. Like I mentioned, trying the A fight again when they have weapons. I think the C fight, they got control over that space when the Vice wasn't here. It's just they didn't plant fast enough before the rotates came through for G2. There was this like kind of momentary pause that was not needed. But an eco round means closer sites, closer spaces, hence the spike leaning front B. Hence them getting Toki deposited here pretty early on to listen to these rotates, maybe make that mid-round call and decide where to end.
Yeah, throwing that smoke over to the C side as well, so you can secure a showstopper for Miori. They spotted Toki now.
Ooh,
it's still a great position.
Try
It's a
to.
great position, Pocket.
Now they know it's a fake out. Not spotting anybody with C Mound is a huge win in the Barca book.
That's short, scaling up, but Amy has two! Upwards position! Finds both Barca players slowly creeping towards the C side. They were not aware of someone still being on site. And that allows for some rotates for G2.
Okay. This proactivity works for G2. They get numbers, they still have confirmation of where Barca's leading. That's a huge opener though for Devilasa. And now this is where you need that regroup, that sustained call with just 30 seconds left. And I'm still seeing Barca players going every which way, spreading themselves thin when it's Nico, when it's a 3v3. And this is where Vanya, again, might be in the right place, the right time to cut off these rotates to A side.
They have to go for 3. Because, like, if they're expecting G2 to rotate over towards the B side, 3 is your call right now, but Vanya might just be behind them. Spots 2 players, gets that shot on the first 4 seconds. You have to plant the spike. The round is gone. Barca loses this one because Vanya is playing those anchor roles in an absolute insane fashion. Another 3K for her. Vanya is doing everything right now.
And again, these late round calls have question marks popping up, right? The logical decision, get the kill B. You're maybe worried about the Vice wall, but 3, 2, 1, and take that engagement together. This is just unfortunate. Really nice off angle for Mimi. Really nice cycling of her own Viper kit, but I mean, they have no information A side and are backpedaling towards that side of the map. It's, again, questionable. So all in all, Barca, I'm not a fan of double timeouts in the first half, but if they lose this next bye, we might just need one. This is where I mentioned it though, wanting to take this A side fight yet again when their weapons were back online, yet again when they have the ults in tow like Miori's showstopper. And they've won the engagement so far, but there's more than meets the eye. Look at the 3 players stacked in ratty little corners here, Akamask.
Look at Vanya's position. Needs to destroy the bot, but doesn't get out of the corner. That's the entry they needed. That's the kill Barca were looking for. An immediate pull of the showstopper. Lighter gets 2. Showstopper in vain, but it doesn't matter because it brought chaos among the ranks of G2 Gozen. 7 and 1 might just be stopped. Annie and mid finds Amy as well. The lurk successful, and Mimi might just be able to save.
That's the simplification we wanted to see from Barca. Not quite sure why G2 didn't go with their standard nade C's fight for that wall space, but it gave Barca just enough space to set an action plan, a scaling off of that showstopper, which, like you mentioned, doesn't find the kill, but finds all the space, the ping pong, the force up through that revolving door. That's G2's downfall. So, although, like you mentioned, Mimi just going for the save, and that's where we circle back to. Also, Annie was that nice cap off, that nice lurk timing as well, because the wall was repositioned C side instead of B main, so you may see G2 go back to the ladder. So all in all, Barca bounced back with a flawless. Didn't even utilize all the ultimates either. So we're gonna have Lida with that Nightfall moving forward. And this is ground, I would argue, for them starting to close the gap here a little bit. And it's not unexpected either. Barca does have slow starts on maps, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, now you have the perfect ultimate setup to play your offense. You can use the Nightfall for taking a side and immediately afterwards play the Viper Spit for Devil And I think they should throw it into this round to sort of get closer in the economy department. You're still not settled when it comes to your eco. If you lose this one, you're still in those do or die eco situations and you don't want to be in that.
Well, run it back if it works, right? Barca going again for the hefty A main fight. This time, though, G2 answers the question, why didn't you fight for that space? Well, we're going to this time around.
Yeah, they're trying to. It's an up-close fight. Nobody's dead yet, but the wall goes down. Devil that's on the timing. Has to. Nightfall taken into account as well. But it's a back and forth, a bloodbath. That goes the way of Barca in the end. 1 versus 2 for Amy to retake that A site.
Very narrowly goes their favor, right? A 2v1. Amy's position still in the wind since she didn't invest that Viper Spit like originally planned. See how she navigates this herself. Toxic screen to try and split off Annie from Lida. Hence now the regroup outside a revolving door outside of tree. Find this so safe. Akamask as far away as possible. They know what these G2 players are capable of, and Amy even has that snake bot online to further splinter them.
One enemy
but they're playing it isolated. They're giving Amy the duels. Now she knows where Amy is. Immediately pulls the ultimate. Puts the go button into this one. The Thorns won't help you. Get into close range. Annie still clears it. Clutches up for Barca. 6 and 3. They're surviving, not thriving in those rounds.
Very, very nicely done there. Again, intelligent investment of the ultimate from Amy, but the shorty scaling the disrespect right after the Thorns get sprung. Not expected at any means. And honestly, what wins this fight is not the Nightfall for Barca, but the initial C's that prevented Akita from getting past the toxic screen, getting that left wall positioning. And that's where, again, their util and scaling has been the cleanest. The strength of Barca on their attack house in the past. And we're starting to see that come out a little bit more, but you can't keep going A. That's where G2 has strength, is fixing problems that arise. So, steer clear, head towards B. Vanya. Yeah. No, she likes Tanker, but that's a difficult one.
They're challenging the top fragger of G2. Miari has been spotted. Dropped into the pit. Akita needs to get the entry here, but Amy does in her sight. Toki goes down. Amy on a double. Revolving door into 2 kills. Make it 3. Amy shoots Devil Lesser into a 1 versus 4. Needs to clutch up, but Vanya, the closer G2 needs. 7 and 3. A halftime lead established. And Barca crumbles on that B spot.
Yeah, we've seen that from G2 over on the C side already this half. Those immediate refloods before the spike even goes down, usually, again, around a paint shell, around Amy and this snake bite. It has been perfectly placed and just puts Barca in an uncomfortable position where they can't set up the re-engagements that they want or the post-plans that they desire. And that's where I think Barca do need to, again, get those openers before, like we saw in the last round, that whittled down to that 2v1, or they need to rely upon Annie a little bit. And that's the double-edged sword, is their late round calls. Those mid rounds have been rougher looking this map versus the very all-in calls like we're seeing this round towards this A fight yet again.
Yet again, another A fight. They're hearing the wall.
I like it silently though. Probably could just be a lurk, you don't know yet.
But with the Brawler, it's very, very obvious where Barca is going. Where Barca is heading. Toki goes for the wall.
Shadows traveling.
Tries to force her way into her own Viper Orb. Together with the Seeds, an 8 for more backside space. Miori goes onto the side, triggers the wall. Barca had some space, especially looking at Toki. The timing is perfect. Going up the stairs, scaling up towards Amy. Miori has a great swing, but dies onto the hands of Eva, who brings that roll back. Vanya in the backside, another spray transfer. Madness by G2. Those aim performances are crazy. Leaves Lida in a 1v2.
Doesn't even know the op is long either. Where the possibility, but it will not matter. G2 goes and get up to 8 off of a beautiful A side hold, and it really did come off of, I think, Barca taking some solo engagements that weren't needed, right? Miori taking that backside fight before that dark cover tree fades, and the one fight that was taken hand in hand, right, that backside engagement gets obliterated by a spray transfer between Vanya. So again, it's like, what more can you do? maybe Miori asked for some help because she's having a rough match, all in all.
Anya is so good.
I need an 8-4 here to become a Barca believer, Akamas. How do we make that possible?
Not face Vanya, I guess. Like, those fights have been absolutely insane. No ultimates to account for. That's it from the shadows. Toki, a little bit of an overstep by Miori once again, but doesn't fall onto the hands of Akita, who's having a quiet map as well.
Arlo re-clear. Question marks if someone's deposited behind it or not. In the meantime, nice confirmation. Havani is known from the shadows, has been sitting on it for a minute, but they want to challenge us up head on. Paranoia, Nightfall, the works coming in. But it's again a fake off the ult, and this time it still baits out the Nightfall. And this time, Toki from the shadows can get a deep deposit on the A side. That might be the difference in that scaling issue we saw last time, Akamask.
But do they know where Remy is? Still up there in stairs, still might have timing here against Devalessa. Thorns are going up.
Ooh.
Devalessa did not spot Mimi. Doesn't get a kill, but no, she knows we're 3 players of G2 out. That's great info. Taken by Barcelona's Viper player. Still falls to the hands of Anya. They know where Amy is, but she gets one with the AWP. Doesn't get a second. Lighter as fast as possible. Scales up. Over towards that Viper. You spotted the rifle. Over from Eva, but she, his spidey senses are tingling a little bit. Eva gets one more. A double by Annie. Might bring that back. Miori clutches up. Chaos on the side, and Barca is thriving into this one. 8-4 at the halftime. Might make Zombie a believer here.
Now we wait. Remaining. Last player standing.
G2 up at the half on their map pick. And that, unfortunately, or that does put them as well over that 50% mark on Lotus. We'll see if G2 can start getting their setup too at half time. And honestly, Akamas, I'm so glad Barca ended the half the way they did. We mentioned timing, later on calls being their biggest enemy, and that was perfectly coordinated around Toki and that from the shadows. So we'll see if they can keep up that reactiveness, because that's paramount in this defensive half on Lotus. G2 faking out with the init util from Eva C side, while A is the name of the game here. Toki ready on the off angle.
Ready to challenge whatever G2 is throwing at her, but stays a little bit too long. Overstays her welcome. And the upwards position, Akita. Finally an entry for her. Might take the ult up as well. Stacking up an early showstopper. G2
You're going for the re-clear?
Did not take any space there.
Yeah, this stall out. A little difficult to challenge head on, but Prowler will keep the double rotate here for Barca.
Miori vs Akita will be the crucial duel of that round. Lighter has been spotted, but do they know that someone is in that corner? Will they check for Miori? That's the big question. Devalessa gets challenged, gets the kill. Akita set up, Amy, another one for her, Eva. On that position, giving over information to her teammates. It's just down to Amy and Lighter.
Difficult one when you're caught on these rotate timings for sure. Off anchor positioning, and there's still a backstab brewing. Amy. Can't finish it off with 10 HP.
What a shot from Leiter! Oh my god, Annie might make this a reality, but needs to find Vanya, who's right behind her. Agro's destroyed. Needs to isolate, but Akita doesn't give her the duel. Vanya's position has not been called over to her. Clears the round in the end, 9 and 4 G2. A crucial pistol round goes their way.
Well, it would have been so poetic if the way the first half ends is how it opens, right? With that sheriff double kill. But yeah, you mentioned it, Vanya low HP tucked away, played the perfect timing game. And G2 starting to track towards double digits here. And a disrespectful force-up from Barca, even attempted when it feels like you can still turn things around after 10-4, so... The time being, G2, they liked the scaling they had on the pistol A side, and Barca have a little bit deeper of a trap set this time, it feels like. Paranoia, if contact was made. Revolving door to take the deeper space off the haunt. And this time G2 says, the last thing we want to do on a force buy, with double Vandal, by the way, is go into a numbers-heavy engagement.
I mean, they're trying to snowball that halftime as well, right?
Yep.
If you win this round, but Annie finds an early entry kill. A lot of players spotted by G2 anyways. Goes on to that side. Weapon picked up by Eva. You can't afford to lose 2 more players.
I like the reposition. They're just gonna scale out Deathball styles from Hall, and that's where Eva's up to bat.
And there's another fight. Evalessa gets that kill, but Vanya is up for the task once again. A double by Mimi holds G2 in the game as well. The mainstays are fragging out. All weapons recovered. Back picked up. Vanya's on 21 kills in 13 rounds. Make it 22. An absolute performance by the G2 Omen player.
And you can see why G2 have such a high post-plant success rate after a round like that, right? Layers upon layers of security nets, right? Vanya refragging Eva, who gets a little whiffy with one of the hero vandals, and even Mimi, that Bulldog bites back. So they keep those weapons, they upgrade the rest, and we can't really call this a bonus anymore. It's buy for buy, blow for blow that could decide the fate of this map. Barca did not want another 4-13 loss against G2. We're gonna have to start seeing it because, again, first few defensive rounds have had the same look. Fight A, pivot after the fact.
Immediate trade off Akita. That nade doesn't find the correct success, but Leiter does on the double kill. Toki upwards position. Shuts down Amy in the end. What a decisive goal by Barca. The aggression finally shows for them.
Now, there's one thing we know about Barca. It's when they're in these scrappy, chaotic team fights, that is where they find the most success. And just like that, they've already found improvement score-wise up against G2 Gozen from the group stage. But they are far from a comeback, far away from stealing this map pick from G2. Because at this point, if you're G2, you're going to wait for ultimates to go back A. Or you're going to pivot elsewhere, C side, in fact. And again, when they're running... the same compositions, they know ideally how to deconstruct this C space. That's theory crafting 101 at its finest, and let's see them apply it.
And I think 3 players should be known for Barca right now. You hear a C's, you hear a nade, and you see that Omen smoke. You should be aware, if you are G2, that there are 3 players stacked over towards the A side, and it's immediately a rotation from Barca as they don't spot the aggression from G2.
I like that, the little B main route clear from G2 as well. Just check their backs before they engage or before they rotate, and that's where Amy has slowly been scaling, trying to get this info A main. And honestly, I don't think she's gotten far enough to warrant the full rotate from G2 Gozen, and that's where Toki, with the paranoia, cannot get cut out on this jump peak. Has to buy enough time here for the rest of the players to rotate back.
But look, over towards Baby Door, 2 players of Barca already scaled up G2. It's a little bit in scrambles. Amy is looking for an entry, is looking for any sort of information, but Barca does not give that to her. First strike goes over to Miori of a perfect setup of the paranoia.
They're fighting the double stack on B-Arc almost.
30 seconds left.
And as Barca is moving into that B side, G2 is trying to challenge that, but gets shot down. Double satchel to keep
There's 20 seconds.
The bomb plan, 20 seconds, G2 needs to rush over to the C side, but there's still a Vice in play. Deport from Vanya, way too risky. A double kill in the end for Annie. Evalessa holds that side 6 and 10. Barca is back into that map.
That is a crazy overcook of a round from G2. In the moment, the calls, the pivots were good, but they didn't set deep enough anchors or break down enough of that default Vice utility to make those last-minute pivots, right? Like, the wall is still up here. They had just broken the thorns. And again, they tracked the rotates correctly, but that was about all you can write in the success column for that round. So G2 thwarted for now. Barca win that very important round, denying that bonus conversion. Because they so deeply invested into it, it's not like G2 can buy for another round. So Barca, major opening here.
Running into the outdoor. Mary whips that first shot.
Okay.
And G2 immediately rotates over into that A site. But that's information that Lida should give over to her team.
Like the Miori angle on B main. Peels off just as Amy starts going for the re-clear here. That's going to open the door for a possible late B pivot on this eco round.
But is there the option for a late B pivot for G2? That's a big question for me, because they can't go through baby door. That's a position that Barca has firmly in check.
Just be through B main, right? The wall's not there. It's just singular thorns you can maybe break, contact up into. The only thing they don't know about is that Miori has the outlaw on this heaven line.
And slowly but surely, time gets of the essence for G2. Miori, both shots whiffed. That smoke pushes her off. G2 gets the spike established on the side. Gets a great position. But has to spread out a little bit further. Right now, Barca, they're coming from all the sides. 2 players up heaven. 2 from
waterfall. I don't know how I feel about Amy's position. Look at this, so slow, Akamosk.
They need to be a little bit faster. Holding down the angles, Vanya in that smoke with Frenzy. That's a good close-range weapon. Toki finds her, isolates her out of that situation. Immediately the showstopper thrown into the road. Amy has a double kill. Where does that come from? From the side as well, Miori. No weapon in hand. They're still trying to fight their way in, but G2. Oh no, Moda Thrifty, 11 and 6. Gets back into the map. Gets back on their winning tracks. And Barca, that was way too slow.
And that's the round you look at if you're Barca and say, if we won that, we would have come back and won that map, right? G2 messed up over forcing into that fourth round, or sorry, into that third round bonus. I just, whew. I mean, yeah, this is why we thought they were taking too long, right? You have Snakebite for delay. You had the really early Showstopper, and Miori, the satcheling there is a bit unfortunate, but it is truly Amy in that two-piece. That rescaling from main into the site, that is paced so perfectly. And now speaking of that pacing, they're trying to keep up the tempo. Talking about not challenging Seaside early enough into the round. Here come G2 up mound. Meantime, Amy also being more forward on her A-side lurk timing.
A little bit of a tempo shift in general for G2 Gozen right now. They're a little bit faster, but Akita, untradeable angle for a team. Immediately an ultimate invested by Barcelona as well. This might be a little bit of an overcook. Throwing it into this one, Vanya ports towards her team as well. Can't cancel this one. 3 players stacked up towards the Seaside for Barcelona.
Toxins going up.
But look at Amy's position.
Toxin screen down.
Okay. This is what we wanted from Barca the first half. A deep-seated lurk that opens up the site, finds a kill along the way, and now Runner's interference on any retake.
Amy! All of a sudden, Amy gets 2 on stairs. Ultimate fiber as well if they want to invest this one. A Viper split up and running. Devilessa gets caught off guard, and Amy on track for an ace. Spot Slider. Kill number 5 denied by the enemy Fate. And still G2 in the driver's seat, firmly in the lead. They want to get onto match point. The paranoia enables this one. Ever gets that last frag. 4 for Amy. What an impact lurk for her.
Map point discovered. And that it was the buy round as well for Barca. Just really nice responsive utility there as well to close off the round. Paranoia off contact on the light up to ensure no heroics could slip through the cracks, which is where Barca usually find those turnaround moments, is heroics. And it's difficult when Devilas is also having a bit more difficult of a game. We say that 11-14 isn't even the worst on the squad, but I don't know. I just feel like she hasn't been in those big swing moment pivots. Again, we mentioned how it was more device lurking in the first half, and it was usually more as a cap-off than a round-winning pivot play. And I think that's making all the difference in terms of the defensive calling of G2 versus Barca's.
Yeah, especially the mid-rounding for Barca was on the attack side a little bit lacking. They found their rounds towards the end of the half, but it comes too late. As well as the timeout, I think. I think that timeout would be a little bit better the round before, because like now you're playing against Matchpoint. You have to win 6 rounds in a row. You don't have any room for mistakes in the end if you're Barca right now. And yes, it's G2's map pick, but they are still a great Haven team. They won against SK Gaming on that map.
And there it is. We talked about it again, how strong these post-plan setups are for G2. We've seen it on the C site with the 3-tiered cake of a Michelin star chef, and we saw it in that post-plant against the 1v3. And now, okay, Niori, super aggro alongside the crunch from Pillar. This is a nice opening, but G2 again have the right response.
Eva immediately trades that. Akita and a whiff by Annie might be crucial here. That might be the moment where G2 Gozen wins map number 1, gets onto a path into the semifinals. They're on a collision course against SK Gaming. Devilesa's old team. The Viper's Pit sets them up for success. And as Devilesa scales up into that pit, Barca is coming from every angle. They need to surround this one. Need to find the snake up in that pit. Amy has not been spotted, but Mimi... This might be a great timing for Devilesa, but still gets stopped in tracks by Amy. Mimi gets a second one, and Amy calls game. Denies the comeback for Barca. 13-6. G2 Gozen is up on their own map pick.
We should never question the game plan of Drew Spark and Ajay Tay. Again, they pick into undeniably one of Barca's stronger maps, one that's been a coin toss for them historically, and come away pretty one-sided dominant all the way through. And we saw the growth, right? The adaptations from Barca to show signs of life, some hope moving forward in the map pool. But all in all, again, this Lotus was really, really well called. There were some traps that definitely worked, I think, against G2. Barca was good at, again, drawing those numbers away, but it was those follow-ups, the full picture completion that fell short at times. They are coming to Haven, though, a map Akamas, and I'm really excited to see from this team. One is, again, taken off against crazy teams, and we also had to test G2 Gozen's new composition yet again.
Yeah, let's look. G2's new composition on Haven will be fire in the literal sense of the word, because they're playing Phoenix on Mimi right now. It's been a different outlook for G2 Gozen, and you know, I want to see what they are trying to do on that second map.
Here we go. Again, one last look at this map and where things started to go wrong, we'll call it. Mimi winning out that pistol that already would have been a great start to an attack half on Lotus. And again, it was some of these moments of hesitation, pause from Barca, and missed timings when they had a deserted C site. They had all the information they needed from 4 players of G2 investing A-side utility, and they just didn't make the right late round call fast enough. And again, that's no fault to Barca necessarily when you do have a budding IGL in terms of Toki. She has the experience behind her, but like she mentioned in that interview, this team needs time, needs reps. And again, a hardened squad like G2 with Mimi at the helm, and now Vanya on the secondary calling is going to be super difficult to play against. And whew, doubling down on the Vanya point as well, Akamask, right? I feel like I was giving her a hard time in the group stage because I'm like, this is nowhere near the Vanya we knew from stage 1, but I said it in that series up against SK Nebula, I'm gonna say it again, she feels back.
Yeah, Vanya is back into those matchups. Vanya is back into what she can deliver, especially on those solo anchor roles. You know, those are like the big ones that we want to see from her. Like those moments where she can pop off as the one player on the site. And I think Barca was in a lot of chaos once those executes took place and once the initial plan did not go as they expected it to go.
Yep. Absolutely. So I want to see, again, the Barca that's back, that makes those decisions in the moment, right, to fight into deep space. You're going to see ideally on that seaside halls and garage. We need to see them be on the same page, or we're going to have a really short story in G2's favors on our hand, Akamask.
Yeah, it's a little bit more into G2's favor after those last few weeks, because again, Drew Spark said in an interview they beat SK onto this one. Like they showed that they can be a good and a great Haven team even. And I think, yeah, it's Barca's map pick. It's the map where they feel the most consistent and the upwards trajectory shows the most. But still, G2, you can't underestimate them on a map like this.
Absolutely. Well, like we mentioned before, G2 goes and take their map pick, but that of Barca Esports is up next. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, one team could be facing elimination.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
Got a chateau in the mountains that change it, jet set through the islands that change zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side bang. Shorty went verbal on a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth. Rocking their head doing pop like 20 million streams so she won't stop, can't stop. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one, moving to the melody. Light up the night, oh, we light up the night light. We go into daylight, as long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night light. We go into daylight, as long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. Only show me love, I don't clap back. Homie got a catfish face so you can have that. Topping hits on hits, can you handle that? Lose it all on a high stakes blackjack. Bet big trip, even in a lockdown. Big tips, only with the fans now. My click, pull up with the top down. We keep it going all night. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one, moving to the melody. Light up the night, oh, we light up the
Welcome back to the VCT Game Changers EMEA playoffs here on VALORANT EMEA. My name is Akamas, next to me there's Zobi, and we are still in a matchup between FC Barcelona and G2 Gozen. Barca on that first map did not look too competitive, especially on the air attack. Once plans went wrong, G2 was there to take that advantage.
Yeah, again, there were some swing rounds that really would have made the comeback happen, favoring Barca. And most notably, I think it was that fifth round thrifty that G2 was able to secure off the back of Akita's showstopper that, like, you wish could have made this a competitive map. But all in all, again, G2, when they pick maps that come out of left field, it is not without reason. And that is what they proved. And now, again, Akamas, I feel like we're now entering difficult territory where we have hopes, right, for, I think, this Haven. But when you look at how strong, again, that attack side was for G2 and how strong their reticks were as well on their defense, it's like, where do we find the sense of hope for Barca and a third map?
And I think that breakdown speaks volume of what happened on that map. Because G2 wasn't the team that got aggressive on the entries. The team that got aggressive on the entries was Barca. And G2 turned around all of those rounds, mostly trading out their players once they got entried. And also converting all of their post plans, which is helpful in the end, right? Converting those rounds where you're on the back foot is something G2 got very, very good at, and immediately trading out once Akita, for example, dies in an early situation, also something to look out for. Haven is up next. Map pick of Barca, but G2 showed some promise on that map as well.
Oh, they have immensely, right? They started out this stage, again, in experimentation mode. Juicebark mentioned that that's the map they put the most work into, shifting from this Chamber of Ice that they played initially between Amy and Mimi to the Mimi Phoenix debut. That has honestly just not disappointed by any means, right? The first time they played it, it was a little iffy. Like, yeah, they were down, like they won the map 13-7, but she was 7-12. And then immediately after they play it again with the same comp versus alternate attacks, and she jumps up, right, to 17 and 16. I feel like the more she plays with Phoenix, since that was her second ever rep, like the more comfortable she's gonna get and the more lethal this composition is going to become.
And I think it's only logical for players who played the Yoru a lot to switch over to the Phoenix, because while there are big differences in between those agents, they are weirdly similar in some ways, right? You still have those aggressive flashing agents where you can take a little bit more risky situations, where you can IGL from the grave if you're the one dying first on those rounds. And the Run It Back is one of the best ultimates and one of the most underrated ultimates in the entire game. It's only a 6-point ultimate with that sort of impact, and I think Phoenix slowly but surely making his way into the meta after the Euro nerfs is just logical from a gameplay perspective, because most teams are used to those more aggressive comps.
Well, before we bark up the G2 Gozen trade, to give credit where credit is due to Barca Esports, this is a map that they've taken off in OT against Gentlemates in that last week of the group stage, playing against the same exact composition that G2 Gozen is running. But with that do come some complications, right? While Barca Esports, I think, has a deeper idea on their attack in terms of ways to get aggressive, ways to set these traps, these fakes that will work just as effectively as they did on Lotus. We saw Gentlemates going for a lot of saves, not playing as retake heavy as we know a team like G2 Gozen gets. So I don't think we're going to see as fluid of success markers maybe for Barca, but I do think it's going to be a definitely more comfortable map for them. Just, again, they're most played, and while they have losses, they've all been OT. They've been pushing, again, top 4 playoffs teams. And I think that if there is a map to win, it's obviously the one they picked here today.
Yeah, I think so as well. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm not interested in what Barca did in the first 2 weeks of competition. I'm interested in what they did in the last week of competition, because that trajectory and that development of those players is something to look out for. And you know, there are teams that are not good in the regular season and pop off in playoffs all of a sudden. G2 is one of those teams, right? G2, most of the times, they don't play like the most convincing regular seasons. They always have like games where they're experimenting, where they shift team comps, and I think something similar can be accounted here for Barca, because they switched a lot in their gameplay style in general, coming into those last week, making the playoffs after beating Focus on Carmine Corp.
And again, for all the Barca fans out there, another thing that I've noticed when looking through their Haven is I think Toki has a better grasp on what to change and when. Again, they never get too repetitive on one site, on one set play. They literally utilize it until it runs out and then immediately pivot on perfect timing, usually against the Sentinel reposition cycle as well. So I think that's something that we're going to really challenge, I think, Amy and G2 specifically, to make sure that she's anchoring on the right site, because a good anchor is going to go a long way. The Miori that has slow start as the Rays here on Lotus is not going to be the same one sliding into the server over on Haven, and I think they have to be ready for that.
Yeah, G2 has to be ready for that, that's true, but you also have, with the comp, especially on defense, so many small trap setups that you can play off of the Phoenix with the utility that your Cypher is providing. And in general, I think G2, they have the cards on the table, right? They have the cards in their hands, and I think Barca, they need to prove that they are a team that can contest with the best in EMEA. They made playoffs barely passing Carmine Corp. And, you know, with a little bit of a different outcome on that last day, with Focus, for example, beating Twist Minds and Alternate Attacks winning against SK, we could have a different team here in the playoffs, which, you know, Barca has a lot more to prove compared to a G2. If they lose here, it's, you know, a huge upset, but Barca has to prove that they can contest with the other 5 playoff teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And we circle back to Barca again, a long-term project, try to develop talent within Spain for, again, Game Changers, for the broader circuit. And I think they've done a good job at that. Even most of the players on this team are having very realistic goals. Again, improvement from stage to stage, not necessarily coming in and saying, our goal is to win the entire split. It's like, okay, we got really good last time. We want to make playoffs this time. Yeah. They've done that. And now I want to see the grand conclusion, the work that they put up to thus far, because Togi talked about it. They wanted players that were super committed to growing, shown on that stage, right? We don't want it to look like their efforts were in vain. And again, I think Haven's the best battleground for that. The big difficulty is going to be players like Amy, players like Vanya that are really, really good at side anchoring, because we are going to see Barca once again starting out on the attack, and we cannot see another 1-6 start.
Yeah, and in general, I think the goal is GCC. The goal is not to make anything in the middle of the season. And if you win Split 3, you qualify, right? So you want to grow through the entire year. G2 did the same thing last year. And yeah, Barca is no G2 right now. But, you know, growing throughout the entire year can be a strategy that works. But Barca has to get their takeaways from a game like this against G2 Gozen. And on the other side, if you're G2, you're under some sort of pressure after last year's a little bit of a disaster throughout the middle of the year, because you had to win Split 3 to even make GCC. And G2, if they win here, if they maybe win in the semifinals, they are more or less locked to make GCC, or they are at least pivoting over towards a more sustainable end of the year. And, you know, that's something I want to see from them.
Yeah, but no signs of Gentlemates breaking down anytime soon. I can agree with that sentiment a little bit from the Champions Point perspective. But all in all, I'm glad that you mentioned G2 and their run of Stage 3 last year, because that started with a knockout round. Yeah. And that's exactly what Drew Spark and Billy talked about in their interview, was the comfortability, the confidence builder that a win like today entails for the rest of their playoffs run. A run where when they got to the best of 5s, they got to the upper finals, they fell flat when it came to a well-rounded map pool, a well-rounded meta, which is the difference of this G2 Gozen versus Stage 1. But Akamask, I think we got a map ready to go.
I also think we have a map ready to go. Haven is coming up next. I would guess that we don't have any surprises in the agent select. Maybe, maybe not. No surprise.
Yeah.
Nothing too surprising? No surprise. Okay.
There we go. Again, the Cypher for Amy. Again, the classic defensive KJ Viper for Barca, because honestly, they don't need it. Lyda cycles the Hunter's Fury so effectively, and Toki with that Paranoia is the perfectly synchronized exec with Miori. I've seen it in action. If it's here and in the server today, G2 Gozen have a difficult time, we'll say, managing it. And I will say as well, for G2 Gozen, a big difference between them and the Gentlemate success when pushing Barca towards OT was that Phoenix, right? You had Marty, who was absurd, finding multi-kills left, right, and center, heroic plays that were able to clutch out rounds. And again, I put that pressure on Mimi because she's had immense scaling in her first 2 reps on Phoenix, but she is nowhere, I think, seasoned on this agent, that I think it's going to be as fluid as intrinsic. And I want to be surprised, I think, by that fact more than anything today.
And gotta be honest, IGLing on that Phoenix is way different than, you know, not IGLing on that Phoenix. You know, and with Mimi having to do a lot of the calling and fragging, I don't think we're gonna see a similar performance towards Marty. It's gonna be a very different Phoenix compared to the hyper-aggressive playstyle Marty is running most of the times. But still, there's a lot of pressure onto Mimi. I would agree to this statement, because, you know, you switch the comp specifically to bring that Phoenix in, to get your team a little bit more aggression, a little bit more of a flashing option into tighter choke spots. And yeah,
wait a minute.
Let's see if G2 Gozen can convert into this one.
Akamas, we seem to gloss over the fact that Eva's on Fade and not Sova.
Oh, wait.
Which they were on for their last match against Alternate Attacks and the previous one before that. Now, how does this pose things? I think it leans into the fact that G2 already have super strong post plants. It may not need that Hunter's Fury. And this is where the question then poses, Akamask, which is stronger for an exec tool, do you think, on Haven specifically? A Hunter's Fury or a Nightfall?
Obviously a Nightfall.
All right.
But, like, I don't know. I'm still not the biggest fan of the Fate if you're looking at the Horn, for example. But you have the Prowlers. You can check a little bit more for those small and cheeky corners where Barca might stand into this one. And that's what I'm looking out for from the side of Eva. Check those corners, try to clear Barca out, and it's gonna be a bloodbath over towards the A side, or so it seems.
Ooh. Vanya, the timing,
God,
the backstab.
Oh, the timing for Vanya is very wild. Toki and Miori, they're fragging back, but have they spotted the scaling of Mimi and Eva?
They might think they're so safe here.
And Mimi and Eva are just scaling up towards sewers. Not being too fast, not overpacing anything. Very smart plan from Barca, as you already mentioned, but Eva brings the numbers back into even. It's a great flash by Mimi. All of the numbers are dwindling for Barca. Just Devalessa. Nowhere near the spike, and the backside plant might come to bite them. If Devalessa can't pull out the heroics, a 3k forever. What a movement play by Mimi and Eva in the end.
Yeah, I don't even think Barca knows what exactly transpired that round or how they were suddenly surrounded as soon as the spike plant was going down. But once again, G2 goes in and get the pistol off the rip. And that's so interesting for Barca because we were going over it, right? Their pistols were usually, again, 5 down C, 5 C split. And this round, they finally depart from that and go towards the A space. And there just happens to be the G2 4 stack. It is so unfortunate, especially when elimination is on the line. And you have to win your map pick to push the debris for even an opportunity to right the wrongs of 4-13 loss and get out of the knockouts. But here we go. Second round buy-up. Once again, the outlaw for Miori looking for an opening. But close B. Not sure how that's going to function. Mimi, and one of the players with the weakest weapon in this arsenal, going for an early challenge, early info.
Yeah, it's a little bit more of an expensive buy for G2 compared to the FBX buy that they were trying to set up onto Lotus. And Barca, they're scaling up mid, looking for duels Miori can take, and she does get the first shot onto Mimi. But now the jig is up. Outlaw in hand of Miori spotted.
Big switch up from the Lotus force buy in that second round. And they keep it up though.
Oh, Eddie!
Crazy
double. Finds the frag into Eva. That's an important one at that. Vanya on the side needs to solo anchor, needs to remind Barca.
Oh, the paranoia missed!
The stuff she was pulling onto Lotus, the paranoia missing! The spike is on the ground! Vanya on the double! The solo anchor! Working wonders for G2 once again! Akita, outlaw in hand with both shots! But still, there's Amy in the run, behind both players. Weapon picked up by Lida. They're rotating over towards the seaside, but Amy
30 seconds
might have has the timing here.
No, the speed of the rotations won't be a problem with the Neon on your side. Miori good for the plant, and already a difference. 4-1, lights out, comparative to Lotus. And Amy, such low HP, navigating this 1v2 with both weapons on the Barca side is going to be difficult, to say the least.
A huge upside round for Barca on the horizons. Is that Lida without a shield? It might be a little bit of a problem. Miori, full shield. Oh, aimed onto the right spot. The arrow does not hit. It's a half defuse for Amy. Gets the first kill, but the second one does not fall. Lida closes that round. Outlaw picked up back. And this time around, the force buy worked for Barca, for the Spanish team.
Anime was about to hit that transfer, but yeah, that opening kill. And this kill's crazy, I think, on the round. And I was even worried when they didn't, like, double clear Vanya, but the trade immediate. And it does feel like it's that backside A fight in this pivot of not underestimating Amy that locks in the round. Suddenly, momentum thrown to the wind. Barca, great opportunity with the 4 Vandals. And Phantom get the lead the first time in the series.
Full save by G2. Very disciplined what they're trying to set up. Overdrive for Miori as well, establishing early ult control. Look at the position of Eva. This might be an impact position that you can use if you're G2. A trade would be necessary.
Well, Eva, post positioning here. Playing around with the toxic screen timing. Mimi's lucky to be alive, but it's nice a bait set up for Eva. Hopefully they don't clear the corner is the idea.
Oh, but they do! Still, nobody shoots back against Eva. Gets a headshot into Miori. An early entry, but just a trade. No weapon inside. G2 can't recover that. The outlaw on the ground, lost.
Great pivot. They would have been running into a stack. Seaside has no Cypher utility given the eco. Do they end there or B, though? Vanya on another gruesome corner. That was further to Oli's numbers, so the drone comes out. And they're too far to capitalize.
How to Shorty getting pushed this far outwards. That's a huge problem. Akita still gets a frag, even though Annie called over the position of that player. Lida has a 3k in the end. The Hunter's Fury charging up. Barca getting that second round, the first lead in that series.
Okay. It's a little bloody, but it, again, gets the job done. And that's where, again, each of these G2 players are able to basically find their one, minus Vanya on the crazy little scaling out with a shorty. And that's where, again, we talked about it. The calls weren't fast enough, or they were incorrect in the late round from Barca. Here, they have been perfect so far. Again, pivoting away from a stack. Again, giving the respect where it's due to 1v2s. And this round, whew, they throw disrespect to the win, and it punishes them.
Toki with a very aggressive play to seize. Disrespected Mimi in the corner, remains unchecked, but has to trigger discipline. There's a crossfire set up with Vanya. That's the impact we were looking for from the duo of G2. All of a sudden, 2-player lead. Spike in no man's land, but G2 abandons position.
Oh, now Amy immediate scaling. They know that even if Amy falls, it's still a 2v3 numbers advantage. So the idea here is to encapsulate, keep these players from rotating off, force them into the Eva operator.
Still, Amy has a position up mid. If they pick up the spike, they're running into the arms of Amy.
I have this.
Can't breach the line of the turret, though. They hear the turret's still there, too. That's a huge call that they're still A-side.
And the snakebite delayed even more, so Barca has to take a fast rotation here, has to take a fast trip, and they are all running into Amy. And whiffs this one. Open path towards the seaside. If Barca wants to go that way, but they're stopping in their tracks, not going over to C, it's gonna be an A hit. And Eva, are you ready for that? Are you prepared for that? The utility is going mid up. That's so unfortunate.
Oh, and she's gonna play for the short timing here. There's only 15 seconds left. She can just stop the spike planter.
10 seconds
Time is
left.
of the essence. Barca needs to go on site. Mimi is still in the position ever. Here's the spike plant going down. An immediate ultimate by Mimi. And they're not checking forever. Whiff on the operator. Mimi gets one, Mimi gets two. A 3k in the end for the IGL of G2 Gozen. Stepping up on that Phoenix.
I don't even know if we needed to run it back because of how it was positioning, but it is a great way to get to 2-2 nonetheless. They keep the op, they peek the big weapons, and that is G2 just forcing Barca into a corner. And that's after a major corner goes unclear that disrupts the... and yep, that was me the entire round, like, oh, what just happened?
Zombie Pog.
Zombie Pog. It's gonna be an emote later.
I mean, Barca has an ultimate up, right? They have LiDAR on the Hunter's Fury right now. That might be a possibility, especially in the post plant. But G2 firmly in the driver's seat here now.
Revealing area.
Now, I will say, one thing that very rarely fails Barca is a good old-fashioned C exec, but we questioned if Amy would be able to thwart it all together. She likes to anchor these sites a bit more heavy. And with that, and the half broken by, Barca decided to go for the immediate fake out.
He's position known, but Akita gets an entry. Toki down on the ground already. That's an early peek by Vanya. Gets one, gets a second as well. B-side anchored down by the star player. Miori on a late trading garage does not open up any avenues towards the side. They don't know what's happening on the A side. No drones to account for. Barca with some problems. The mid-rounding might be off here. And then a 2 versus 4. 50 seconds on the clock. A side, a plant in sight, but nothing else to do.
Okay. Once again, the right late round call will give them a chance, an opening here. But with Miori so low HP, and you want Light to depend on the shock, the recon, and Hunter's Fury for post, I'm surprised to see her the one scaling so deep towards spawn, but playing for the trade angle, playing off the time they have left.
There's a they heard the slide. G2 should be aware that this will be an A-side plant.
You've been so careful, though. This is interesting to poke for backside, but still be scaling down in to long, into short. I feel about it.
That's a very safe call by G2, but 4 players spotted by the arrow. They know where they're coming from. Miori gets one. Miori needs to get a second, but does not Lighter. And a 1v3, too much work to handle. Third round for G2, flipping the leads in the end. And that defensive half looks more promising than we maybe expected.
And G2 taking 0 risk on these half-buy rounds, and for good reason. After the promise we've seen in the late round stabilization out of Barca. Again, we saw the run it back utilized. We saw the Nightfall utilized. They are pacing these ultimates quite well to snatch the lead back and establish themselves in the future, right? Akita should be trading up to that overdrive not far from now. And that's where Barca need to get these rounds under them with the ults they have online here soon. Get Annie's, get Devlas's online as well.
Go, go, go!
Helps of the essence. We talked about it. An immediate portal to the backside. Akita whiffs that shot, but spots the omen, knows where the jig is happening. Fast execute onto the seaside. That worked against Gentlemates. Wonders against the French team. Spike's going down. Barca has complete control.
And this is why those seaside plays work so well. Now the crunch is brewing. Garage, CT, G2, you gotta be ready for it.
And Eva gets the entry, gets the second one as well. Annie on the light trade. Lida finds the lurk as well. Trades back and forth, 3 versus 3. No leads to talk about right now, but Devilessa brings her team back, gets a double in the backside, but Vanya does so as well.
It's smoked off.
Smoked off. Does not hit the bolt. Vanya can just stick to the fuse and will do this one. 4 and 2. G2. In the end, it's Audacity that takes Vanya over the finish line and gets that round.
And she bolt for the operator, the final trophy on the round, and that's the difficulty. Again, whenever we see Hunter's Fury on Barca's side, they utilize it for those CXX, but then the post-plant gets weaker. And when Light is so far away as well, and the C-trap fails, doesn't buy enough time because Eva's refrags are so powerful. That's difficult. And here again, it feels like there's some disconnect between Miori and Devilassa on those trades, despite the 2-piece that she was able to achieve. It's Vanya again there for the refrag. And again, numbers always felt like they favored G2 Gozen. And now numbers on the half are as well. Barca, first timeout taken. Now, wow, look at that. Literally. I was trying to do quick math. What is that? Just under a fourth of the times have been picked by Barca this stage, and for good reason.
Yeah, 28% win rate speaks volume, but we already mentioned it. Barca on an upwards trajectory towards the second half of the split, and I think most of their losses on Haven stem from that first half, right? And were OT.
They're like double dibs or OT, I can assure you.
So, like, this is a little bit of a fake data because Barca seems to be a much better Haven team compared to what the data would suggest. Especially after the look they showed us against Gentlemates towards the end of the split. And I think, you know, wins doesn't always account for how good you are on a map. In the end, if the eye test suggests something very, very different.
Well, again, already a closer game than what we saw over on Lotus. But again, we want them to control that lead, command it, whereas ahead to Breeze, and something that Gentlemates did, and G2 look like they are as well, leveraging is taking the C space once contact is made elsewhere on the map, once they heard Miori scaling down A short. Now the op can easily get a kill, get out. That likely will force them back towards the A stack.
Double swing this one, Lida does! That's a great straight! Over from the side of Barca. But G2 knows what's up, G2 knows where Barca is heading. The Spanish team needs to be fast. That cage stops them in their tracks. Another paranoia comes through, but Miori gets Amy on the locks. Shuts her down. Vanya in the backside needs 2 at least. But does not get those. Miori, another double from the backside. Mimi in an impossible clutch. On a huge swing round. Look at the money G2 is having. If Mimi loses this 1v3, we'll be back onto pistols. Shot scaling towards Garage. Nobody is looking at her. Miori goes down at first. 2 flashes still available.
You know, she gets one, the run it back, comes back.
Oh, this one's dangerous, but Lida closes it in the end. Barca, they're not giving themselves up. They are playing with fire in their hearts. And it shows once more the fast-paced play over to the seaside once Akita goes down.
We mentioned it We need to see these trades be more clean on the Barca side, and that's exactly what happens. And I love this double backside challenge because we mentioned the highest success rate for Barca on Haven is from these methodical C execs, but we expected Vanya, we expected Amy as anchors to completely thwart it, and there we saw them supersede both players in different moments. And that flick from Yori into the Viper's orb in CT was brutal. So G2, move up the util a little bit. You need to equip Amy to handle this, or need to get ahead of these C execs like they're doing on the eco.
Yeah, Nikita in middle, falls down, gets flashed, gets revealed. Problems on the overdrive. G2 is struggling to hold consistency in those rounds. Backside pressure established by Miori. Vanya spotted. Has a sheriff in hand. A dangerous sight. Over in that garage area. Amy behind them already, but Devilessa deals with that. The equalizer in the hands of Barca. Just 2 players in their way.
Away from a flawless at that. Looks like it could even be a die to the spike angle. In this moment, you can die. I think you can die from it in the sewers here if you duck in that corner. We'll have to see. But this is smart. You don't want to get that overdrive from Yori back online fast. Or the Hunter's Fury, which is basically a surefire post-plant tool for Barca.
Yori is looking for more. Tries to find Vanya. Gets a headshot in return. Not very nice surprise by the G2 element player, and in the end, both of which will go down to the spike. Vanya and Eva. It's a 4 versus 4. G2 Gozen. They can't convert that momentum into more rounds.
There's a reason why this is Mimi's least favorite map to play on for G2. Again, they have difficulties making it dominant like we saw over on Lotus. Again, it's just too kind of surface level for the reads. Even this round, they're going back to basics. A very hefty A-side fight forced them towards the Amy anchor. A site that they've had pretty fluid retake efforts on. We'll have to run it back to leverage too.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, which is again a great retake tool. As we already mentioned, that's G2's biggest strength. Barca needs to look out for that. Lockdown immediately thrown into play. A little bit of damage through the spam.
That's the
big
difference.
Can't spam the lockdown.
No Sova ult. You can't counter the lockdown in this composition either.
That's correct.
So they had to play full retake here, Akamas, but they're okay with that double scale on the flank. Paranoid already expended without punishment. This is going to frame them really well for the run it back, and that's where the Viper's pit comes in.
Huge investment in that round for Barcelona, and they're stopping the track in the backside. Toki, a shot onto Mimi as well. Has to run it back into the ultimate. Lida still holds that angle. One of the Fury. Akita spotted, that's a great bait, but Akita finds the kill, no trades in sight. Miori, too late on the trigger. G2 might have just found a way back in. Vanya is a player that can always count on. Bot has been destroyed. Devilessa holding from garage. Needs to scale back. They need to fight the Viper. Toki falls down as well. G2, they have done it. They took that side back. Will they defuse the spike in the end as well? Under a second again.
How does the round fall apart so quickly, though, for Barca? Again, they had good delay. They had a great reposition time, not giving the fights over to G2 Gozen, and they just make it look so fluid. After they have no info, they're contacting up. I mean, that is incredible to see.
This madness.
Like, you're jumping into a Viper's pit with a Classic out and finding a kill. And Akita, in the meantime, in the back lines, is finding a 3-piece from Long. So, again, it felt like everything was going Barca's way, and somehow G2 goes and still walk around with a round win. And Amy, gotta be careful. Can't go for your speedy placement, but can play off the kill trip. Barca say, nope, we shouldn't have lost that last round. We're running it back.
Running back to the seaside. Miori crosses the trip, but Amy gets a kill anyways. The backside on his raid, but Toki's port. Impactful at that. The spike has been dropped. Toki on an aggressive play. Throws away.
Now what do you do?
Easy way into the site. Great shot darts. Vanya goes down. Even more space for Barca. Akita trades. Akita gets the second. The backside hold for G2. That's what prevails in that road. A 3K for Akita. Slowly but surely heating up into this one.
We mentioned it. What was going to be the biggest enemy on this attack side for Barca? Those seaside anchors. Amy does great. Buys enough time for the reflood in, and both. I mean, you say everybody are basically on that G2 team, aside from Mimi, was there and found their own on the anchor positions. Even Vanya before getting shock dart whammoed. So all in all, Toki tried to break the line, but again unsupported. It leads to immediate trades. G2 are clean. A well-oiled machine in that regard. And Akita, she's looking crisp right now on Haven as well. You talked about the inconsistency factor and where she would fall. Looking on the right side of the spectrum for now. Looking to find a lead this defensive path as well. Another 8-4 here, perhaps Akamas, if the Seiko doesn't go Barca's way. That's half buy, we can call it.
They just have the Vandal on the Velessa. Everything else just...
Oh, that's how you know Kita's feeling confident in Akamas, is when she goes solo scaling down B main.
And they have not spotted her.
Nope.
They did not spot her.
No KJ
This
util
one's
either.
dangerous. The KJ util still stuck there in middle, and this one's a dangerous play for both sides. Once Barca makes any noise in mid, Akita can just turn around and get all the kills. There's the first one. And immediately gets out of there. That's the discipline I want to see from a duelist player.
I love it. Knew that she wouldn't survive. Know that they like to scale a Viper down in main. There was no winning that other than to recover, to retreat off of the Fasten with the exact kill they came for. No more back cover. They can play a multi-pronged retake on this C space if they want.
Great camp. Also coming in the frame, but Miori opens things up.
30 seconds left.
Gets Barca back into a position where they can realistically win that round.
Oh, they're gonna knife them for the retake though. Where do you invest it?
You have to invest it on the side. The Brawler does not spot any.
Face
That's the power position they were looking for. Eva spots the players in the backside. That's a great molly! What a setup play here on the side of G2. Vanya trades herself in as well. Just any. Vandal in hand. Rotated over. In the backside already, but Vanya can just stick that defuse. Does not stand in the Viper's fight. 7-4 G2. Secure the halftime lead already.
Last round in the half.
And just like that, again, rounds that have nice stabilization efforts from Barca, but cannot get closed out. Yeah, Akita finds the opener. They still find their way onto that C site. But ultimately, it was the reflood off the Nightfall, this Molly combination. The paranoia scaling, the high-low there even, between Akita and Vanya. It feels like every single fight on these seaside retakes is going traded for G2 Gozen. And that's what's making them really difficult to handle. It's like, this is a team that does not look like Haven is their worst map. I mean, look at this. So developed the trap, even now countering the Viper A-side lurk. And now you have to rally the troops to try and get Annie out of this uncomfortable position.
But did you spot that their C's has hit something? That's a big question for me. Power position for Mimi. But Barca already made that mistake, did not check a corner. And got shut down here on A-Long. Mimi peeks a little bit too early. Miori the one finding the kill, finding another entry. Has a great map. After a little bit of a shaky Lotus, her Haven looks much better. The slide into the backside still survives. Vanya gets a late trade, but they're still fighting their way, brute forcing the A side. That's not the call for Barca. G2 is shutting down everything right now. Devilessa falls into sewers as well. Another halftime lead. A deja vu from that first map. Also, Haven is going 8-4.
Down A. One enemy remaining. I know exactly.
Barca have brought rounds a lot closer this half, but to no avail. The same scoreline as Lotus prevails. G2 up 8-4, and are looking like they're tracking towards eliminating Barca in their first playoffs appearance as an org. And Akamas attack was their stronger half. Now on the defense, where again, it was super one-sided on Lotus. Don't know what we're in for here.
It seems like magic what G2 is pulling off in some of those rounds. Jumping into Viper splits, right-clicking players left and right. This one has been sort of a miracle run for G2 in that first half. Barca, they were stacking the B side. Devalessa, the one you are hoping to get frags. That's great paranoia. Assessing where the G2 players are. Devalessa gets an entry, but this one is much too hard for handle. Eva gets the second one at that. Akita frags in there as well. Annie, the front side has yet to be cleared, but the triple kill of Eva sends G2 into a comfortable position. That's a great shock dart. 2 versus 1 for Leiter. Vanya's low.
They split up.
Needs to find the headshot into Eva.
One enemy
Very
remaining.
easy try, so late, Leiter!
Spike down, C.
All of a sudden, there's a frag. There's a chance for Barca to get back into this one. It looked promising for G2, but Leiter is free. A Red Bull clutch to keep Barca's hopes and dreams alive.
Nasty ghost kills from Lyda. And again, she's that other player alongside Devalasa that's usually at the top of the scoreboard in the victories the Barca Esports have been able to find. And this round really came down to who made a bigger mistake, right? Devalasa finds a great opener against Mimi and then just swings solo through the toxic screen unneeded. And there it's like, okay, you see the shot that come from CT. Vanya, yes, is low HP, but decides instead to split off and leave Eva without a spike plant on the site. It's just question marks left, right, and center that have let Barca have a way back in.
Turn out.
And that spam through smoke does not find anything, but Toki has an entry. That upwards position, combined with the smoke, brings her back, but those are 3 players looking into the seaside.
They're gonna leave Eva deposited. They're leaving. I don't know how I feel about Amy sticking around too, and that's where the late call comes as well to regroup here.
And it might be a B-side execute straightforward for G2. Akita does not find anything. Leiter faster on the trigger. Eva's position called out by Annie. Great awareness across the board from the Barca players. Miori already behind Vanya. It's just on the shoulders of Amy. She falls as well. A team ace for Barca. 4 players surviving. Only Toki, who had a pistol in hand, dies down. So this one will be a absolutely sufficient bonus round for Barca.
100%. And while Barca had that opening on the B side that G2 tried to exploit, I still just liked how Akita's going in here alone, right? Couple a little T-plea from Vanya or something. You get a Bulldog in the hero rifle round. And things can go very differently, but it felt like after the opening engagement down C long, every other fight was 1vx for G2. And on those ecos, that's not going to get Thrifties to pay the bills. So G2 now with weapons in hand, and Barca taking the heat up a little bit to try and leverage this eco.
Vanya. Yeah, but Vanya immediately shuts down the play that Barca were aiming for. G2, pace change, fast onto the B spot. Trying to push away Devalasa. Miori was the one with the handle in hand. So it gets shut down. Devalasa has the timing here. Maybe. Goes through the smokes. Gets Akita. That's the opening they were looking for, but Mimi still stuck in the backside. Trades back and forth. But this one goes the way of G2 up until now. Devalesa, a wide swing, does not catch Amy off guard, and Toki dies last. 9 and 6. Barca secured pistol and follow-up, but now are the important rounds.
Now that we're into the rifle rounds, we begin to see the G2 Gozen post plants and what makes them so dominant. Again, some of the issues there on that default eco where we're like, okay, they're taking ones across the map are non-existent in the post. It's tag team, Vanya off, Eva on. And that's how they get these kills, and we're starting to see why they don't even need the reliance upon that Sova util either. It's just setup after setup, perfectly chain-linked into reaction favoring the round. And while again, that was a bonus for Barca, the op is now online. If they can't figure out a way to disrupt these posts, it's going to be a very different ballgame.
Yeah, a very different one on the op, but Amy finds that
shadows traveling.
exact moment. immediately the Nightfall has been taken into account. Akita finds one to light as well. Toki from the backside. A double for her.
Go.
Holding Barca into the game. Keeping their dreams alive. Smokes are down. This one might be a little bit of a problem. It's only up close and personal. Devilessa has the timing. Devilessa has 2. Barca is thriving on those defensive rounds.
That's why the snakebite came out. They knew they wanted to push into spawn. Stalls it out, allows Devilessa to play her timing, play the win condition. And again, Devilassa's great at reeling herself in, not overheating once she gets the impact kill she needs. And that's what she's playing. Ring around the rosy, timing on the one way to regroup, ideally in backside with Annie.
I'm out of here.
But Akita found the timing. Found the momentum to go over towards the seaside. Plant a spike at least. 1 versus 2, a clutch required. Rookie of the year in 2025. Needs to be the one who's clutch for G2 Gozen.
Spike planted.
Utility recalled. By Devilessa, 2 players scaling up from the spawn. Devilessa is low.
Akita still has walls, still has stun. Lots of resources to navigate this 1v2.
Needs to have a wide swing here.
One
Wall goes down, gets the first. It's a 1 versus 1. Spike has not been halved. Barca in a lot of trouble. Akita has it. The Red Bull clutch to get G2 onto double digits. The youngster, the big talent of G2 Gozen. In a moment where they need her most. She's there for the team.
And the way she plays the 1v2 in hard mode as well, not leveraging any of that util either. No relabel geometry into stun for the 1v1, just dry swings. And a momentum killer like that, a clutch of that nature after a brilliant Devilessa 2-piece is what draws out the Barca timeout. And we mentioned it, Akita was going to be the big difference maker for G2 Gozen in this series. And we can already see, I think she's working on that conversion factor that you were talking about, Akamask, and having that true-to-life impact in the server.
Yeah, all of a sudden, it's like Akita stepping up in all of those rounds in the important and crucial moments, and that might just be the round that breaks Barca. You had a 1 versus 2 advantage, all the cards on your side, all the momentum going for you. If you win that round, you might just come back. You're at 9 and 7. But right now, huge problems. G2 are setting up a snowball. There's no overdrive for Akita. They can play the outlaw.
Definitely an eco killer, and already difficult to navigate Haven defense. I like them leveraging a C fight here, perhaps a C scale from Yori, so they can get numbers towards this A space. And the KJ turret allows for that with larger radius, but didn't expect the trap of the Hunter Siri off the rip for the eco, and Vania seemed ready for it.
We had goes absolutely nowhere at this point. Vania was ready, ported up on the box. And it's Eva scaling up towards the A side who gets the entry. Spots the first player.
Here.
Probably heard something of the Killjoy utility. The bot is very, very deep in that sewers area. He already spots the wire. It's a little bit of a slower default for G2.
This is them ending C, it feels like. I'm expecting a Prowler and we to clear out this close left, set up the duelist. We want the orb here in all ideality.
Flash. They will flash into this one. Or they maybe won't! Might be a little bit of a problem, but Miori not steady enough on the bandit. They give the ult top over to the IGL. Which means to run it back is ready from the backside. No impact for Lida. Ultimate went into Vayne. A run it back ready. Vanya has it from the shadows as well. A good setup for G2 to snowball that half even more. And realistically, Barca can't give up more ultimate points. Should execute themselves on the spike. But Devilessa still tries it. Wants that lockdown for the next round. Dice onto the hands of Akita. And with Toki in a 1 versus 5 for position known, this one is undoable. Flawless round for G2.
Again, now they're handling the pressure points early on from Barca and leveraging them into an end goal strategy. And I like how they leveraged like strength in numbers instead of util there, right? No Prowler, just literally contacting up into Miori. That says so much for this post, like you mentioned, if things went sideways. And that's where, again, I feel like Barcelona are starting they're starting to break down a little bit, right? In that regard. We're seeing, again, Lida solo anchoring the C site, and that doesn't work. And you have to have a bit more congruency together. So, all in all, Bai is back. The last effort, really, for Barca, it feels like. Operator, Miori.
This one's do or die, but Mimi clears her out. Only loses to run it back on the way out. Devilessa has a great shot. Just gets the Phoenix. Akita, they are just overrunning that C-site. Using the tactics of Barca up against them. Amy is a great bait for the overdrive. Just overrunning that last player remaining on C. Annie goes down. And as the end of that half approaches, G2 gets more and more safe. More and more steady in what they're doing.
Be a good time for a Toki moment, but even that gets snuffed out by a 1-2 swing. They can't even get themselves started here. Map point in the knockouts for G2 Gozen. 1 round away from ending Barca's run early here. And with the 4 rounds of momentum they have in tow behind them, and that win being disruptive to the economy for Barca, they really only have Devilaxa and this lockdown to rely upon.
Last player standing.
Something. Over to the hands of Barca. It's improvement from that last matchup, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not a 13-4, 13-4. You have 2 ultimates in your hand. One of which is a lockdown. A good shock dart, but short-handed in the weapon department. The best outlook for Barca right now.
Okay.
They leave C.
Stack is in the correct spot. Lockdown as well, off-site for the C side. Off-turret contact, ideally. Worried about the fragility of this B gap, but
cage triggered.
at least you have eyes on it. Now drawing on A fight here off that turret contact is worrying. G2 are trained. Oh, they were eyes on this mark.
And Toki. That's an impact entry onto Ever. My revealed utility, but that C side left open. They want to play it for the lockdown. They want to prepare Devilessa in that position, but G2 has taken full control over that side already and planted for a spot that's able to be contested from long. Akita might have a timing here. Already on the lockdown, they're not defending it! It's gonna be destroyed to Annie! Trades late into Amy. The 3 versus 5, G2 needs a miracle to make this one happen. Needs a miracle to bring this one back, but Devilessa falls on the trigger. Stops G2 in their tracks. Mimi on a great flash, but Toki shoots back harder. 2 for Akita. Doesn't get a third. That 3k belongs to Toki. Barca is not dead yet. 12 and 7. They're still alive and breathing.
Very, very well seemed. They kind of baited and traded that Killjoy ultimate. The A fight as well gets unpunished by G2. They found the millisecond of timing there as that late round pivot comes through for G2. And Akita definitely tried. I was about to say we might see a crazy clutch on our hands, but all in all, a huge round 1. They shut down the streak for G2. They get the money flowing just a little bit here. Have enough to get full shields across the board. They need more, right? No more time to be like, okay, we can shut down and not have a buy for G2. To make Herba lose. It is, you're playing for your life, and that opening is not how you want your life to get cut short.
That's not the momentum that you were building up to. Barca, 3 players scaled up towards middle. But they have to move backwards already. A spot left open. That lockdown used on that last round.
Ready for the walk-up this time.
They were ready, but they were shut down already. And he only gets 1 in. 2 was 4. Devilessa, dead as well. Your upwards trajectory. It's just a trend. And trends end at some point. G2 ready to call it quits onto the pride of Catalonia. And her last moments, Annie has to defend her home soil against G2 Gozen. Dodges that ultimate. A last Hail Mary needed. from the Barcelona Viper player has been tracked. They know where she is, and Akita says it's gonna end here. G2 Gozen are ready for a matchup against SK Gaming Nebula, destroying Barca onto their own map pick as well.
Barca first playoffs performance get cut short in the knockout round. I mean, this round, this map, it was just crazy to witness how a lot of the set plays that you worked against teams like Gentlemates were even getting shut down. It's not what you wanted to see on one of their stronger maps, more repped maps. On a map they've taken off a team that is 9-0 coming out of the group stage. But all in all, I think that is where we see G2 and their ability to, again, navigate these tricky situations, these teams shine through.
Yeah, and that's the playoff experience that's coming through. They are thriving in situations like this. G2, just a team built different in situations like this.
Absolutely. And we can take a look back as well at that map and all the twists and turns. Again, the second round 30 made me think that we were going to have a game on our hands, Akamask. Yeah. And honestly, it was just Anchors doing their jobs, the effective space taking its jobs. And there just wasn't enough momentum again by halftime for Barca to solidify themselves on this map.
Yeah, and G2 pulled some magical rounds. Like that stick by Vanya, a round that you're probably able to win. Like that 1 versus 2 from Lida, also a little bit of magic in the air. But in the end, it's just G2 Gozen prevailing, jumping into Viper's pits on the right click. Cam's falling off as well, it seems, but yeah. In the end, it's a G2 that's just a tad bit stronger.
I'm back, gang. Hello. Amazing cast, obviously lovely to listen to. Unfortunately, Barca have now been eliminated, which feels sad. You kind of summed it up quite nicely, Aka, about the fact that it felt like they were almost on this upwards trajectory and then just fell short towards the end there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, every trend has to end, and G2 was just a showstopper in their way, right? They were one of the best teams going into the playoffs already, and it would be a far stretch for Barca to win this one, right? They need the experience of a playoff run like this. They need the experience to be in a playoff game, and G2 showed them why they are the more experienced team in the end.
Yeah, for sure. And from your perspective, Zobi, I know that we had kind of said coming into this matchup that we maybe needed to see Akita step up, especially those entries. We got to see her close out that attack with the operator in hand. We saw her playing a bit of operator on the defense. Do you think that she was able to kind of step up in that moment today?
I think, funny enough, we didn't actually see her too much on the entry role aside from like a Lotus defense, if anything. I think it was more in these tricky situations where, again, she was reflooding when she was reacting, right? That she was stronger. And I think I want to dive into the stats before I see her next to see if she truly is a defensive duelist, because I feel like those are a rare breed nowadays. I'm not going to lie. The ones that like have a really fun time there and navigating these tricky situations over being that primary entry. And I think that then would lend G2 to maybe leaning into double duelist a bit more in the next meta, again, when you're going to get rid of, say, the Neon prevalence, right? We've seen the sparks of Mimi on the Phoenix. Maybe we're going to see like a Jet Neon. Give me a Mimi Neon debut, or start like a Waylay debut. Something, right? Could be spicy to see.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because we actually have Mimi standing by waiting for an interview, and I want to get into all of those different things as well that you've kind of just mentioned. Hello, Mimi. Can you hear me all good?
Yes.
Hello, congratulations on the win. Now, I want to dive right into the whole duelist arc that you're finding yourselves on. We loved the Mimi Yoru era, and now we're getting to see Phoenix on Haven again. How are you enjoying being back on that Flash duelist?
Honestly, it's just more fun to be more involved, and I think that's where we play the best generally. So I'm not really a duelist like any other duelist typically, like you put one of their star players. I'm just more of the human drone, and then, you know, sometimes I'm popping off, sometimes I'm just a drone. And it works for the team because I can really be there with everyone, so I'm happy about that.
I think you're selling yourself a bit too short there, Mimi. I mean, we've seen Yampi on Vitality kind of yoink the Yoru IGL arc, and we think back to their journey and kickoff. So I think you're selling yourself far too short. I also want to touch on Eva moving away from the Sova and onto a Fade on Haven. For me, it feels like Sova is almost a must pick on Haven, but then we also got to see some cool little micro plays with the Fade and the Phoenix happening throughout that. So I'd love to know the kind of reasoning for moving to that, and if it was because it synergizes so well with the Phoenix.
Yeah, it's really more to help her for this like AGL that she basically is in as an initiator. And also when there is a lot of these Viper comps, it can be really difficult to just control A as a solo initiator these days. So it's mainly for the defense, and obviously it's a bit more tricky on the attack because you don't have the shock darts to like clear out the Cypher wires, but it's just something that you have to accept and work around. And I think that we're finding a way to work around it. Now you guys haven't seen when we played against the Cypher, but you shall see.
Okay, I'm very much looking forward to that. I also want to ask you about the meta and how that's kind of been developing, and if you're finding that difficult to IGL in at the moment, because we've seen some comp changes from you guys, especially on the Haven where you were running a more kind of traditional double sentinel setup, which I guess I would expect from a team such as yours, and now leaning into that double duelist. So yeah, how's the meta been in terms of IGLing in that?
I mean, in practice, it's been really good, but there's obviously a big difference from practicing and from actually playing a game. And that's where we're kind of like feeling things are not really working out if I'm like on the lurking role. And if so, you know, just tweaking the way that I'm calling to make sure that it fits really. But honestly, I'm just so happy that we're away from this Euro very boring meta that we had, so I'm enjoying it. I think it's fun also as a flex player to play a little bit of everything and not just being stuck on one agent.
For sure. How are you finding kind of balancing the tempo in this meta as well? Because I feel like we saw quite a lot of fast and kind of sight hit rounds coming out from Barca. Are you struggling to adapt to those?
No, I don't think we're struggling. I think that sometimes there's just so many ideas at the same time, and we're trying to like listen to everything and like, oh, this is a good idea or this is a good idea, and then sometimes we're just getting a little, you know, it's a little too much. So I think it's just about finding a balance in like who actually has to read and what should we actually do.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now, you obviously play SK tomorrow as well, and I feel like they were kind of one of the underrated teams. Are you surprised by the group performance that they had?
Not at all. Honestly, I was just more surprised by the split 1 performance from them. I've always put them as a high contender in this league, and I think that it's well deserved from them. I think all of them are really good players, and they have like just a really good team. So I'm not surprised at all. I'm very excited to play them. I love playing Rescue. She's my little kid, and it's gonna be fun regardless of the result.
Amazing. Well, I'm gonna let you go, Mimi, because of course you have prep for that match again tomorrow, but congratulations again on the win today, and I can't wait to see you potentially progress throughout these playoffs.
Thank you.
It's always so great to speak with Mimi, I feel. Yeah. She's always the perfect person to kind of like touch on the meta and things like that, like just to be able to tap into that brain.
Always the GOAT. We have to talk about the Barca jersey in the background, but always the GOAT, you know?
Hey, we said it in the pre-show. She loves the way she loves the players, and she got a little bit closer of a matchup this time around, which is great. But I'm glad to hear that they did okay handling the aggression that Barca brought, because if Barca on average reported themselves as like a 7, I feel like we're definitely going to see Escanabia be like that 8 or the 9, because they have the firepower between Fluxy and between Rescue. It'll be a fun one for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Let's actually have a look at the bracket, because of course we are going to be back again tomorrow with more playoffs games. And of course we have to say goodbye to 2 of them that we saw play today, Twisted Minds Orchid and Barca Esports. They will of course be joining us again when we think ahead of stage 3 by being able to make it to the playoffs this time around. But I just want to hear from you both. Zobi, starting with you, how do you think these playoffs are kind of shaping up so far?
Ooh, I think both the results today were predictable. There was a world where Twisted, I think, came in with a lot of firepower and upset Giant X, because Giant X does have those off days. They've consistently quoted throughout their losses in the group stage. But I'm just so excited that I get to be one of the casters for tomorrow's Gentlemates Giant X match, because that is one that I don't think anyone's gonna be able to call. Again, it was OT double digits, and then GX just losing steam towards the end of like a map 3. And I do think that's one matchup that they are going to be coming into with tenacity.
And for you, Aka?
I kind of want to make a hot take here. I think that Giant X will look much better in that Gentlemates matchup than we expect. Like, I think the evolution and the overall trajectory of Giant X, yeah, I mean, I talk a lot about trajectories today, but you know, it's sort of the story of that year with most teams sticking together. And I think Giant X is on a great path to maybe challenge Gentlemates into a very, very close series at least. And I'm a big believer in what Giant X is cooking up right now. I think the other game will be much closer when it comes to expectations, but still, two good series tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's maybe not a hot take though, Aka, because we did actually have Echo say earlier that they think that Giant X might be able to go on a run all the way to the grand finals. So have we been underrating Giant X and now we're just putting so much stocks in them? Like, is that what's happening this stage?
No, Echo is just an old FMCL believer, so you know, that's just a little bit of something else.
I mean, when they work alongside them, you know, I feel like it makes sense for that bias to be there. I mean, I also want GX to break the third place curse, because obviously making it to the grand finals automatically gets them second place, but I mean, how to be the first team to defeat this streak that Gentlemates is on would be a feat in its own right, but regardless of who they face in those upper finals, SK or G2.
For sure. Well, thank you so much for joining me today, guys. It's been an absolutely banger opening game. And thank you so much as well for watching. It's been great to be able to spend the day with you all. But we are going to leave it there. And please enjoy the Razor end of day highlights.
Them lock on me fresh sneakers straight to the snapback. Pretty girl them smell make a long get weak wanna give me loose chat. Any boy try to take my style right now, better bring it right back. Can me look good in anything from the latest fashion, no throwbacks from a thrift shop. You hear that? Because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Money on my mind, all I hear is chain, chain, chain. Some boy can't afford one chicken wing. Roll with top class, gal, no basic thing. Confidence in myself from the words we sing. Yo, become a style done properly, cause I must compliment the physical anatomy. When you see me on the street every day looking fresh, with I swear that the thing is a strategy. But it's just my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Become a style so different.